change. Due to the increased number of COVID-19 cases in the Denver area, and in an effort to keep everyone safe, masks will be required for all members of the public attending the board meeting in person today. Colleagues, I know you are all vaccinated, so I will leave it up to you to choose to wear a mask or not. All CDE staff will be required to wear masks as well. Thank you. Ms. Maramba, would you please call the roll?
Board Member Durham.
Here.
Board Member Escarzaga.
Here.
Board Member Esser.
Here.
Board Member McClellan.
Here.
Board Member Rankin.
Here.
Board Member Shuffle.
Here.
Board Member Schroeder.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Mr. Durham, would you please lead us in the pledge?
Pledge allegiance.
Thank you. Do I have a motion, please, to approve the agenda?
Sure, I'll move to approve items 5.01 to 5.18 on the consent agenda as published
Whoa,
in
whoa, whoa.
Board Act.
We're on the main agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
No motion on that.
Move to approve the agenda as published.
Sure. There you go.
Proper motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. Let me go down the line at the table, starting with Board Member Rankin. Do you have any changes that you wish to recommend for the regular agenda?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board Member Escarzaga.
No.
Mr. Durham.
No.
Board Member Esser.
No.
Board Member Shuffle.
No.
Board Member McClellan.
No, no changes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Maramba, please call the roll.
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Escarzaga.
Yes.
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes,
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
That passes 7-0.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is approval of the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I can do that now. Thank you, Madam
Board Member
Chair.
Escarzaga. It's
I
okay.
move to approve items 5.018 to 5.18 on the consent agenda as published in Board Docs.
Thank you. That's a proper motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Let me go down the line to ask if there are any changes, deletions, et cetera, that you wish. Let me start with Board Member Shuffle.
No changes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board Member Esser?
No changes.
Board Member Durham?
No changes, Madam Chair.
Board Member Escarzaga?
No, ma'am.
Board Member Rankin?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to remove 5.03 from the consent agenda for discussion.
If I understand correctly, you wanted to have someone speak to what this is?
Exactly,
Okay.
just an explanation, I
Just
guess,
an
rather
explanation.
than a
If
discussion.
it's okay with you, let me see if staff is ready to do that now.
I believe I did send a notice, though. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Are we there?
Yep.
That's excellent. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll ask Ms. Medler to come up and give a little overview of the state review panel and what that process is. Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
Am I on? Can you hear me? Okay. Madam Chair, members of the board, thanks for the request. The State Review Panel is established in the Accountability Act. It is a part of what we refer to as the accountability clock work, so that if a school or district is on priority improvement or turnaround, the state board, you, or the commissioner have the ability to send in this independent group of experts about the accountability clock. So we have established over the last decade a panel of specialists from across the state. They are Colorado experts in a variety of areas. Some are superintendents, some are curriculum specialists, some are principals, and they have been set up to provide insights into a school or district that you have concerns about, so that then you have an independent report. Now, the department obviously works with many of these schools and districts, so we've worked really hard to keep this panel as an independent group of experts. We've contracted with an organization that you've heard of, SchoolWorks, to organize that. So we work closely with them, but ultimately they are treated as an independent body, so that then you have a report from them as you are making decisions on moving forward with any actions that you have authority over. So we routinely, on an annual basis, put a membership list in front of you. That is what's on consent today. They've been vetted through our partner, SchoolWorks, to do that. So that's the list in front of you. They do, over time, we have developed a system where they do a thorough document review. So they work with the school, get a lot of documents, but then we've also added in the ability to do a site visit so that they're on the ground. During the pandemic, they've offered the option of doing it virtually if they don't want outside adults in the building. But for the most part, they're on the ground and able to observe classrooms, have conversations with the principal, with the district, with the community. They're only in there for a few days, so it's a point in time. But this way you do at least have a report. Again, they are advising, their purpose is to advise you and the commissioner. You are their main audience.
Go ahead, Board Member Rankin.
And could you talk to how many years their terms are and how that is set up, if there's a term limit?
On the panel,
Yes.
there's not a term limit. They have to reapply each year. And in fact, the system has been built so that we've actually got some veterans coming back that are familiar with the process, and then always trying to bring in new members so that they can learn with the veterans. So it's a mix.
And is there a limit on how many are on that committee, or do we keep enlarging it?
We try and have as much expertise so that we have options depending on the schools that they need to visit, so that we've got expertise in, students with English, with a high population of English learners, or maybe it's an alternative education campus, so they have background in that. So we need a wide variety of experience. So it's kept steady at about 20 to 25 people each year. But going in to do the visits, when the panel is assigned, you're only talking about 2 to 4 panelists in a single school producing a report for you.
And do they get paid?
They do get paid.
And they get paid expenses for doing it too? Or is that
For
part of it?
travel,
Yeah,
and if
that's what
it's
I meant.
far away, yeah, exactly.
And I'm assuming, how many go into a school? I'm just thinking you wouldn't want the same one going into the same school all the time.
So the way we've set it up is, depending on the size of the school, there'll be 2 to 4 panelists that are assigned, again, depending on their experience and the needs and the context of the school. When we have a repeat visit, because they also have, and I failed to mention this, they have the responsibility of providing you with an initial report, and then if you direct action, they may be assigned again to do progress monitoring a couple years later. In that case, we will try and have at least one member in common between the 2 visits. We can't always pull that off, but then at least there's some continuity between the visits.
And who pays them?
So we have a contract set up with SchoolWorks.
Oh,
And-
school.
Yeah, so they ultimately are the ones employing them and paying them, but that contract is through state funds.
And what is the longest amount of time currently anyone has been on that, or is there a usual?
I would say, I have not done a mean, but I'd say we've got, the average is probably, 5 years. We do have, the longest serving member has been there from the very beginning, and she's been on there, I believe, for 11 years or 12 years. I'd have to to look, just to double check.
That's
But then we
okay.
have some that are, this is their first year, so
Brand new.
it's a wide range, yeah, exactly.
Thank you very much for that.
Okay?
Yes.
Don't make the change. Okay. So one of the ways I think about the state review panel is it's the only independent folks who are kind of embedded, even though it's for a very short time. And we have certainly had some very different observations from those folks than we have from the administrators within the school district. Or in some cases, even our staff didn't have the same kind of information. They watch what the kids are doing. Are they paying attention? Are they sleeping? How the teaching's going, et cetera. I think
Madam
it's
Chair,
it's
I just
very
want-
worthwhile. But
I
I
wanna add
appreciate, yeah, I
That I
appreciate,
do appreciate what they do.
yeah. And I appreciate sort of an update on that because we haven't really talked about that very much. We have in the past, but not recently. Thank you. Board Member McClellan, are there any changes that you wanted to make on the consent agenda?
No changes, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Want to call the roll, please?
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Skarziga.
Yes.
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes?
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
That passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is a report from the Director of State Board Relations, Ms. Maramba. What do you have for us for today?
Yes, good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us. All the documents for the board meeting are on Board Docs, and that can be found on our access to that can be found on our public notice or also our website. Just a reminder to speak into our microphones today. Another friendly reminder that board members cannot accept public comment on quasi-judicial matters such as charter school appeals, disciplinary matters, and accountability clock hearings. The password for the CDE hotspot is harvest with a capital H. A couple of events coming up. NASB is hosting their virtual conference October 6th through the 9th from 1 to 6. And then the Fall Western Slope Superintendent's Conference is happening, and so the full agenda will be available on September 28th. The event is scheduled for Thursday and Friday, October 21st and 22nd. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is an update from Commissioner Emphas, please.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we've had another busy month. The good news is that we submitted our ESSER 3 plan to the United States Department of Education on August 31st. So thank you for the work session we had before that. The staff did an amazing job of putting that together and getting that in on time. We haven't heard back yet, but we do expect to hear soon. They're trying to turn those around quickly, so we're hopeful that we hear sort of within the 2-week time frame from August 31st. So we will let you know as soon as we do, but we don't expect any problems with that. We think our plan is in line with the requirements, and so we do expect to be approved. We are now working on the hard part of that, which is, I discussed how what you all voted on was kind of the what we want to spend the money on, and now we have to figure out the how. So we're starting that, and our highest priority item in that area is the high dosage tutoring, because we also have a state law related to that was passed, and we think that that's really important to get out the door as quickly as possible so districts can use those funds as quickly as possible. So we'll keep you up to date on that as those plans tend to take shape, and keep you up to date. We have also been working a lot on the early childhood agency transition and plan. All of the agencies that have anything related to early childhood education need to be engaged in this planning process for a report to go to the legislature by December. And so there has been a lot of work with that because, as you can imagine, there's federal laws and state laws and funding streams and all of that to untangle and understand. So that has taken a substantial amount of time as well. We also continue to support CDPHE and work in partnership with CDPHE and the governor's office in sort of responding to the changes in COVID. We are seeing more school outbreaks, and so just continuing to support testing programs, COVID testing programs in schools. And answering any questions and getting communications out about any changes that we may see as things continue to evolve. I do just want to let you know that we did change our policy here at CDE to we had not required masks for a little while. We're doing that again because of the outbreaks we're seeing in schools. We do have a lot of our staff that go into schools and that are invited into schools, and we certainly don't want to be the cause of an outbreak in a school. So we have changed our policy recently to ask CDE staff to wear masks. The other really highlight of the last month was I was able with a team of CDE folks to visit Aguilar School District and Pueblo School District. Those are two bright spots. They're bright spots no matter what, but they're bright spots, especially during the COVID crisis. We have seen great improvements in those two school districts. Those school districts were on your turnaround and were on your watch list, and you're going to hear from Aguilar today, and the superintendent is with us today, so good to see you, Stacy. But it was really great. We went into the schools. We were able to visit classrooms, visit teachers, talk about what they were doing, and talk about the support that they gave to their students even throughout the pandemic. And Pueblo was actually able to make some great progress even though they were largely remote last year. So it was really nice to see some great successes, and you're going to hear a little bit more about that later. But the work that you do and the support that we give in terms of the grant programs and our staff teams that go in and support really do make a difference, and so wanted you to know that. So with that, Madam Chair, members of the board, that's my update for today.
Thank you.
May I ask a question, Madam Chair?
Please do.
Commissioner, can you speak to the release of the growth data? Some folks were asking about it. I don't know how you're thinking about that as far as timing.
Yeah, sure. So we did release the growth data. So as you know, we have achievement data that comes out from our state assessment, and the growth data is where you can actually measure, from year to year, how much did a student grow, or how much did what was the growth metrics in the schools and districts. So we did release that growth data. That data is a little bit different this year, right? So we usually do that all at once, and make that presentation to you all at once, but there were a couple, more challenging factors with growth data this year because we didn't have assessments last year. So we skipped a year of assessments, and then we had lower participation this year. So while it's an important point, we don't think we want to be cautious about how we use it and how we interpret it. And so we did release it to the districts. But it didn't give a vastly different picture than what you already got from your achievement data. So the districts do have that, and they need to look at it carefully based on their own participation rate to determine sort of what part of the validity scale that growth data is for their own individual school.
So if a member of the public wanted to see it, would they be able to, or they go
Yes.
through the district?
Yep, it's all up on our website. So it is posted. Yep. If you go into School View, you can see that.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Board Member Durham.
Chair, I've had constituent inquiries about COVID testing funding. Is that Department of Health, or is that from from us?
That's from the federal government.
But does it flow through health? Or?
It flows through health.
Do you know, do you know enough about the program to know how it's distributed from there to the school districts? Is it on a request basis? Can you just tell
Yeah.
us what you do know
Sure.
about it?
Sure. So there are 2 testing programs that the state are running based on the $172 million that the federal government gave states to specifically provide testing for schools. There are 2 programs that they're running. One is a full service testing program within the districts. All of this is by choice. So districts sign up for it if they want it. They do not have to pay for anything. There's a full service program which a vendor sort of goes in and sets up sites at the district, and then students can test at those sites, and the vendor does all the work. There's another program that is sort of a testing at home program where tests can be shipped to the home. And again, all voluntary students that are tested, they have to have parent permission, parents opt in. And so it just, districts can choose which one they want to sign up for, or they don't have to sign up for any of those. They can also use regular community testing sites. And there apparently is another federal government program that is not going through our Department of Health, but is coming directly from the feds to districts. I do not know much about that program.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful.
Any other questions, colleagues? Thank you. We'll now have an information item from our school quality and support team. Commissioner?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I will ask our staff to come up. All right, as they come up, just a little intro to this. We do these progress monitoring updates on a regular basis for you all. Am I ahead or behind? Oh, this is Voices from the Field. Oh, got it, sorry. Okay.
And the other 2 from us are at the back right now. They'll come up in a second.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, welcome everyone. We are really excited to present this panel of extraordinary leaders to you. We have heard from you all in the past that you would like to hear more directly from leaders and from our school districts, and so we're trying to weave some of that into our board agendas. I'm excited to present to you this panel of leaders from across Colorado. And this panel, we really want to look at the ongoing impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. It continues to shape the educational landscape. And in order to give you all as board members greater insight as to what this looks like in different contexts across the state, we have asked a few different leaders to come before you to provide insight on the lingering impact of the pandemic, so you can hear for yourselves what life has been like. for schools the last 18 months and what the current status is. We're really grateful to all these leaders for their willingness to take the time and share your stories with us. One of the districts you're going to hear from is Aguilar. Stacy Hauser is with us as the superintendent. Aguilar was directed by the board, by you all in 2017, to implement a partial management plan. They're in a unique situation with their order ending and yet without school performance frameworks. We don't have as many opportunities to celebrate their progress just yet. But we know progress is happening. I had the opportunity to visit earlier this month and learn more about the impacts of COVID and their experience with the accountability. This district has made a lot of progress. We're able to see that in their local data and in some of their state data, and we want a chance to celebrate them and hear their lessons from the accountability process as well as the COVID situation. So at this point, I'm going to turn this over to our staff, Andy Swanson and Lindsay Jackal.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Anthus. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Andy Swanson. I have recently returned to CDE as a school and district transformation manager. Some of you may remember me from my time here before, from 2014 to 2019. I'm very excited to be joined today by an incredible group of educators here to share their perspectives, needs, challenges, and successes through the COVID-19 pandemic. This panel is also personal for me. In 2019, I left CDE not because I was dissatisfied with the work here, but because I had an opportunity to go back and help lead a school that was very dear to me. In 2019, I went back to Abraham Lincoln High School in Denver, where I had an opportunity to be an assistant principal there at a school where I had been a teacher years before. It was a school that had gone back to pervasive low performance to the point that they came before you in the spring of 2020 for an end-of-clock hearing. In my 2 years working in an end-of-clock turnaround setting, I learned more than I could have imagined. I thought I knew how to turn around school, but nobody had prepared me for turning around a school with a state board order in the middle of a pandemic. Lincoln is in southwest Denver, where the pandemic had exceptional impacts on students in every kind of variety. For the past 18 months, most of what we knew about how to run a school had to change dramatically. On March 12, 2020, the day before the shutdown happened, I was leading a professional development for teachers on reteach plans for interim assessment results. The next day, we completely pivoted to what does it look like to virtually live instruct students for the rest of that year? How do we keep in touch with them, and how do we make sure that they don't fall away from their studies? We had to try everything we could to try to meet every student need imaginable. The following fall, one of our core tenets was a 9th grade academy to help our students have a strong start to their high school career that was relationship driven and that really allowed them to have foundational supports. Suddenly, that had to be happened through screens between students and teachers that had never met, many of whom actually would never meet over the course of that school year. Like educators across the world, our staff never gave up. We moved forward with our plan the best we could, but time again realized that drive-through events, socially distanced home visits, and even things like online trivia games were a poor substitute for our students and families that wanted an in-person experience with their leaders, peers, and teachers. As we know, the dynamics and circumstances of what happened to schools across the state varied widely. Some were similar to mine at Lincoln, and others were more like my own children, who were actually able to attend school for most of the year relatively uninterrupted. In our quest to understand the impacts of the pandemic and current needs and successes, we reached out to a variety of leaders, many of whom were excited to share their stories with you today, but were unable to because of the unique challenges they are currently facing. While district leadership is always spread thin, the current workload we are observing this year includes district leaders serving as the full-time nurses for their districts, facing staffing shortages across the board, and even in some cases unable to provide busing for some areas of their communities because of shortages. We do, however, have great leaders with us here today from different organizations across the state who have graciously agreed to provide us an overview of the last 18 months, sharing their view on the impact of student engagement and learning, the lessons learned, the silver linings, and what they see as their biggest needs moving forward. You will hear differences in their contexts, their successes, and needs as each community has its own story. And we hope that that variety will help you and the public gain a better understanding of the various needs across the state. Each group with us today will share about 10 to 15-minute presentations. Our last presenting district, Aguilar School District, is one of the districts with directed action. They will also share a bit about their experience and lessons learned through the turnaround process. With us today, We have Dr. Deirdre Pilch and Dr. Stacy Dattery from Greeley School District 6, David Singer, the founder and executive director of University Preparatory Schools in Denver, and a team from the Aguilar School District RE6 led by their superintendent, Dr. Stacy Hauser. Finally, before we begin, we just want to take time to thank these leaders for sharing their stories and their perspectives. I know each of them has had to wear 1,000 different hats this year and are still in the thick of running schools and districts in the middle of a pandemic. We are so grateful they volunteered to share their time and their perspectives with us. We will start with the team from Greeley and go through all 3 presentations, followed by an opportunity to ask any questions that you have for any of us up here. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Pilch from Greeley District 6.
Thank you, Andy, very much. Commissioner, Chairwoman Schroeder, thank you, Board of Directors, for having us today. We're excited to be here and to share the experience that we've had over the last 19 or 20 months. And so I have with me Stacy Dattery, who's our Assistant Superintendent of Academic Achievement, and we'll share in today's presentation. So just a little bit about our school district. And I've been here before, so I won't spend a lot of time on this, but some of you are new since the last time I was here. We have over 22,000 students, and we're excited that our students are coming back this year. Our enrollment is actually up. We're one of the fortunate districts in the state to have increasing enrollment, and that's a good place to be for us in Greeley and Evans. We're the 12th largest district in the state of Colorado. We have about 68% of our students who are students of color, and about 60% of our students who live in poverty. We have 74 languages that are spoken in our schools, so lots of work around English language development, and about 33 total schools in our district. I say about because we have some other sites that run school programs that, of course, too, were impacted by COVID over the last several months. So as we launched into our work in that March, when we were all ordered to go home, in March of 20, we first put together an emergency response team for COVID. That team still continues to meet. That team, we used our strategic plan to be our guide throughout our work, and I'm happy to share that with you before we leave today. And we developed priorities around what would be our focus as we worked through that period of time where we had to be remote, always preparing to come back in person. And I'm sure you've heard other school districts talk about, we went remote and we planned to come back after spring break, and that didn't happen for any of us. But of course, you can see the priorities there, making sure we had a safe and healthy environment for students and staff, and that parents could trust in, that we would keep in-person learning as a priority. So even though we were ordered to go fully remote, we did do some in-person learning with some of our students who needed the most support. So at our high school for at-risk students, as well as some of our students who identified for special education, were still brought in for in-person learning during that time. We had to centralize our curriculum. So that meant putting all of our curriculum onto one learning management system that all children K through 12 could access electronically as we went remote. We provided a K-12 online option for everybody that first spring, and then throughout this past year, last year, we continue to have a K-12 online option. About 15% of our students participated in that online option, kindergarten through 12th grade. And we'll talk a little bit later about how that went for us. We do still continue to have an online academy in District 6 that we're operating. We focused on social emotional wellness and, of course, food security, and we'll share with you a little bit later, how we approached those pieces and continue to do that in District 6 through this pandemic. So lots of systems were put into place. One of the things we're most proud of is a system we put into place where families can actually could request support in their home, either from a school counselor or social worker, while their child was learning remote. So whether that was during a time we were fully remote or during a time where just our online students were remote, we did have that option available to families, and it's an option that we continue today. Once we decided that we were going to come back last fall, so I'm going to jump to a year ago, August. We knew we needed to be in person, and even though the recommendations at that time from CDPHE, if you looked at the data in the Weld County School District, the recommendation would have been that everybody at secondary be fully remote and that elementary be hybrid or remote. But we just knew in our community that we needed to come back, and we needed to come back in person if there was any way to do that. And so we did. We came back daily in person with a hybrid schedule at the high school level where only half of our high school students were in the school at a time. Every Wednesday, everybody was remote at the high school level. K through 8, we came back fully in person and cohorted kids tightly. Schedules were very limited for kids and to ensure that students had minimal contact with one another as well as minimal contact with other adults. We did keep any volunteers out of our schools. So a year ago, that meant also keeping pre-service teachers out of our schools. Oh, slide through my slides. Thanks, Stace. That meant keeping pre-service teachers out of the actual classroom, and so they did their work remotely. They would Zoom into the classroom. This year we have brought the pre-service teachers back into our classrooms and are getting that in-person option. Last year we did breakfast and lunch in the classroom, a big change for teachers to be supervising breakfast and lunch, of course, but our staff stepped up. They were remarkable in providing that service to our families. We were outside as much as we could be when the weather allowed it, and fortunately in Colorado you can be outdoors a lot. And we were. We did a 4x4 block schedule at middle school and high school. So that significantly limited course offerings for students, but it allowed us to tightly cohort students and keep more students in school for longer. On November 13th, we had to go fully remote. At that time, we had over 3,000 students and staff who were quarantined, and we had about 400 positive cases in the school district, and our positivity rate in the community was nearing 16%. So we went fully remote before Thanksgiving, and then we were able to plan for our return to come back in person again in January of 21, which we did.
So as I know, you have had many people tell you there was a great deal, and you experienced it, I'm sure, as well, in terms of the fear and the challenge that brought to us. And so when we really think about what were those main challenges, that first and foremost was taking care of the people, both the adults as well as our students, our community, to making sure that they knew that all the things that we put into place were to provide that safe and healthy learning environment so that students could come back. So it was really just addressing that head on and being real and honest about that, and helping people to move through that. And that really, part of that too, that fear and that changing landscape, when we think about the learning curve for adults as well as students, but students adapt. And we found that they were able to be able to get onto that learning management system that Dr. Pilch talked about and work through their studies in a little different way. But it was very challenging for our adults not only to work in an environment and that brought about just those health and safety challenges that they were experiencing, but also the learning of a synchronous environment where oftentimes students would be, have their students in person, and then some students would be quarantined and at home, and how do they make sure that the learning continued? They did an absolutely tremendous job, but no doubt was that a challenge that we faced last year, and that they had to work through. When we think about students working from home, we know that there were internet access challenges. That was across the state. It was no different in Greeley and Evans. And we worked tirelessly to help support our community. We had community members work tirelessly to help support families to be able to ensure that their students were having access at home. But that was ongoing work because kids were in and out all throughout the year, as you heard. And so we really had to work to make sure that they had the access while not only at school but also at home learning. We had a number of students. As you just heard, where we were at when we knew we had to just shut down for that month to 2 months time period. So that it just was constant, and it was always present. It just kind of added to those ongoing challenges and fears of are we safe, and are we keeping our children and our adults safe in our community? And certainly having supervision for students at home during those quarantine times, that was something that our community continued to help support, but it was no doubt a hardship on families. And we heard that loud and clear through the year when we had to send students home. The impacts, when we think about student achievement results, I think we have seen that across the state, and we've certainly seen it in our own district. Very appreciative of the way that the state did look at the growth model a little differently as well, and so looking at it in those two ways has certainly helped us to dig into that data a little bit better to see where are some learning challenges and where were some achievements as well, and some successes. But no doubt, our children, and we saw it in our district, that children who live in poverty were disproportionately affected. we could see it, and when we are able to dig into not only the achievement data of those grades that were tested, but also with that growth data, and to look at that. The gaps in the learning certainly did widen, and what we noticed is, particularly our secondary students that were struggling prior to COVID, struggled even at a greater degree during this pandemic. Yes, and so we've seen that in the data. And in online, we had a fair number of students opt out. I know we were asked how many students opted out. When we looked at our data, it was about 50% of our online students actually did come into test, and the other half did not. So we were grateful for those that did, certainly, but it was difficult. Student engagement. We know that when kids are engaged, when they have that hope, they will achieve at higher degrees. We do believe in having our kids in person help to strengthen that, but even with that, having masks, having the social distancing, created challenges for really true engagement and partnership in that learning in the classroom. And so that, you know, in academic discourse. So we had to work through that through the course of last year to say, what can you do and how can we look at it differently? How can we still make sure that kids are learning and talking and interacting with their learning in positive ways to keep that going? And certainly cohorting caused that limited course interactions and social interactions that Dr. Filch talked about as well. Necessary, we needed to do it, but it did have its limitations, certainly on engagement. And as did, you know, we know that students had limited interactions with athletics, with extracurriculars, things like that. We still were able to provide that. We're grateful that kids got to still participate and do some things, but it was at a less degree and certainly had an impact. We hear that from our kids this year. Please don't take that away. We need to interact and be with our peers in these kinds of ways. So we're grateful we're able to do that. And then I'll just share a little bit of the student supports that we were able to provide. And we talked about a little bit with the social emotional supports that we put into place last year, knowing that it was for not only our students that we needed to do that for, but also for our adults. We have an incredible partnership. We're very grateful for our North Range Behavioral Health partnership that we have in Greeley and Evans, and they really came around the table and helped to support not only our students, but also the adults. World Food Bank as well, they just stepped up in partnership. All of this just being true partnership with the district to help support food security at a time when it was greatly needed. And certainly our Immigrant and Refugee Center, as we talked about, 74 plus languages spoken in our district. They were incredible about coming and helping to make sure that messaging was provided to all of our families through translation services, phone calls, things like that. We had implemented bus routes to deliver meal boxes for our families across the system, as well as just coordinating, really being thoughtful about what are some additional attendance supports we needed to put in place that went above and beyond anything we've had to do in the past, because students would go home and then think they didn't need to come back. And so we put a whole lot of attendance supports above and beyond what we've done in the past. So just a few of the supports. And then
So there are some silver linings and successes that came out of the last 20 months. We have seen a dramatic shift in instruction. We moved public education in a way that I've never seen public education move in my career. We went to one-to-one in a matter of less than 2 weeks. We moved to synchronous learning. That has been remarkable. Teachers are using technology in a way they have never used technology before in our district. And because of our ESSER funding and our COVID relief dollars, we were able to provide teachers and students with the equipment they needed to be able to truly learn remotely or to learn synchronously in the classroom. Those relief dollars have been a remarkable gift in District 6. We were able to put air filtration systems in all of our classrooms and increase the safety. We were able to add additional health services staff. But in terms of what we're doing now, I want to talk about just for a minute about this year and the COVID relief dollars, the ESSER funding, ESSER $1, $2, and $3. Those dollars, because of this strategic plan, we were ready to write that plan right away because we knew what we wanted to do next. We knew we just needed the resources to do that. So we've added attendance advocates K through 12 in our system. We've added parent advocates, parent liaisons in all of our schools K through 8. Those folks will all be trained very specifically on parent engagement and a parent curriculum. to work with our families. We also were able to add social workers. We added 17 social workers in our system, and then we were able to put a school counselor in every one of our schools. In the past, we didn't have school counselors in our elementary schools, and we were able to increase the numbers of for school counselors, and so those are big moves. And in addition to that, we've been able to purchase some of the interventions that we need in our school district to intervene with the learning loss. We offered a very robust summer school program that students, where teachers were paid their per diem, so we got our best and our brightest in to work with our students full days of summer school, and we will do something very similar next summer as well. One of the really cool caveats that has come out of this is parents have engaged in a way they never have before, because they are right there. When we're remote, the parent is often right there with the child also in the classroom. And parents, we had the highest attendance at our parent-teacher conferences, and we're going to continue to do conferences through Zoom because parents are able to access that. So what are our current needs and our areas of improvement? We will have a continued need for an infusion of dollars if we're going to continue the things I just talked about that we're doing. And when we talk about loss, we're talking about academic loss, but we're also talking about those children who didn't get to be in a school play or didn't get to play in a live concert, and they've missed that experience for an entire school year. And we, as public educators, have an opportunity and an obligation to make up for that. I think one of the things that the department could do is continue to help us in convening best practices for addressing student recovery and addressing what students have lost over the past 20 months. And I think continuing to provide us with timely and clear guidelines and protocols and requirements for opening and staying open would be important as well. So again, we thank you for the opportunity to come before you, just tell a little bit about our story. I'm sure you can imagine we have a lot more we could tell, but we want to share the microphone with our colleagues.
Thank you very much to you both. At this point, we'll turn it over to David Singer from University Prep.
Can we switch so I can see the slides?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm 4 weeks of father, so if I fall asleep midway through this, don't blame me. Blame baby Samuel. I can also see that the font changed, so we'll see what happens with formatting in a second here. Want to start by acknowledging that the March through June 2020 window was insanity. And I'm not going to focus on that piece. We're going to focus on 2020-21. But in 2 months, we distributed $105,000 directly to our families. We covered mortgages, rent, utilities. Our deans of operations became social workers who took food orders and then had those delivered directly to families' homes. We distributed technology within 2 weeks to 96% of our 727 children and had hotspots in every one of those households. So we became Amazon, Comcast, and King Soopers all at once and tried to learn everything we could from the private sector in terms of how do you successfully distribute and support your clients. Because for a minute, we weren't a school. But to fast forward to 2020-21, when we had about 2 seconds to catch our breath and determine what are we going to do in the school year ahead with all of the challenges, we said two things really matter. Connectivity and engagement for everyone. Our staff, our families, our children have to stay connected and engaged, and academic outcomes. Kids still have to learn, and we are fundamentally responsible at University Prep for their learning. And so with that, I'm going to review a data set from last year that shows student, family, and staff data sets aligned to that idea of connectivity and engagement and academic outcomes, some key learnings from each of those buckets, and then what are we doing now? And I mean right now, because the team is hard at work just down the street, so come by any time, but please wear a mask. All right, so data set from 2020-21. First, we're going to start with scholars. Those are students for us. Our scholars, leads and lags. We talk about lead and lag measures. We steal that from 4 disciplines of execution. Lead measures are predictive and they're influenceable, right? CMAS is a lag outcome. It happens at the end of the game. But how engaged a child is in a daily lesson or their attendance is a lead measure that we can actually influence. And so we always think about goals as leads and lags. So you're going to see leads and lags for each of those 3 areas: students, families, and staff. So here's one example of a lead measure in our scorecard is attendance. And you can see organization-wide by that last week, we had about 90% of kids in attendance. We started the year about 40-60, 40% of kids in person, 60% remote. By the end of the year, it was about flopped, 60-40. And every quarter, families had a selection opportunity to determine if they wanted to re-enter the school to be in person. So it was a constant change of student populace depending on in-person or remote, but there was their attendance. And then here is, that's a lead measure, here's a lag measure, students reading at or above grade level. This is using the Dibbles assessment. We don't believe Dibbles assesses reading comprehension effectively, but it does absolutely assess students' fluency. Can you decode text at grade level? That's the question we're asking here. Very different than what CMAS is assessing with literacy. And you can see, beginning of year, middle of year, end of year for our 2 campuses. We have 2 elementary school campuses serving about 720 children, about 94% students of color, 85% living in poverty. And so you can see at the end of the year, about 50% of kids below or significantly below grade level. That's about 20% off our historic mark. So the impact that Deirdre is referring to, significant. But if you break it down by attendance, it's really telling. So if you look at the top bars, you're looking at 100% attendance, 97 to 99, et cetera. It goes worse and worse and worse and worse. And so you can see on the left, remote. On the right, always in person. Doesn't matter. It's a huge issue. And if you want to disrupt attendance, have a pandemic. And then add the Delta variant. And this was true at each of our campuses. So here's Still Street again. So what did we learn on our student performance? And we have many more data points, but I'm just using reading as a starting point here because we think kids reading at grade level before they leave elementary school may be the crux of their future. We do not believe middle and high schools solve this problem. They do not know the science of reading. They do not have the training and the curricular resources. And when a 6th grader walks in and can't read a text, it's a nightmare for that child because the team's not ready for them. The teachers, great educators, but that's not what they've been trained on. And so 1, attendance matters a lot, and that mattered whether it was in person or remote. 100% of our remote instruction was synchronous, and that ran from 7:30 to 2 every day. So we were running live synchronous instruction from the get-go, and so we've learned a lot of fun tools and gadgets, per Deirdre's point. But attendance matters a lot. Disruption and inconsistency have a dramatically negative effect. Whether that's your cohort's now home for 2 weeks, your teacher's now home for 2 weeks, we're all now home for 2 weeks. Those disruptions are brutal on learning. And then lastly, we're starting the school year with half our kids not reading where they need to be. And they deserve to be there, and they're capable. They did not do this to themselves, it happened to them. So those are some key learnings on our student outcome front and the leads and lags. Many more data points we could share. But I'm gonna jump to families. One of the lead measures that we focused on was connectivity. We said every family will have a meaningful touch point, a minimum every 2 weeks. A text message is not a meaningful touch point. I don't care what generation you're in. And sending someone a TikTok video does not count either. So this is like a Zoom call. This is a FaceTime. This is I'm in your front yard. This is we're going to get coffee together. And you can see what happened. I'm not even showing you from fall all the way to the end of the year, but it started to taper off at the end. Now, there's reasons for that we'll talk about in key learnings. This was a lead measure, but then on the back end, lag measure, we said 2 things matter. 1, an adult cares deeply about my child. And 2, I'm fully engaged and informed in my child's education. And what this illustrates over the course of the year is that we were still able to do that really well. Like you could compare these numbers to a typical school year. In some ways, they might be better. To District 6 point, right? In many ways, families were forced to get in the game in a way they haven't historically. And we were all forced to get in the game together. But we called our shot on this, and we assessed it regularly. And then even in the DPS end-of-year survey, because we're part of Denver Public Schools, we take the end-of-year survey for how satisfied you are. Those blue and yellow bars recommend agree or strongly agree or satisfied, highly satisfied. So parent satisfaction around their connection to their child's education. Is this a safe place for my kid to go to school? Do you know my child? Do you know their needs? And do you tell me about it? Was actually quite positive, which brings us to some key learnings. And before I do that, I'll just give you a moment to read the voice of one family. This is a parent's reaction in an open-ended question at the end of the school year, probably one of the worst school years in modern history. This is what they thought and said. So just give you, the Board of Ed, a moment to read that quote before we move forward. You want to throw me a thumbs up when you've read it. We'll do a quick check for understanding. Yes. Actually, a check for reading. It's a different thing, right? I don't know what you've understood, but I know you read it. Okay. So, key learnings. Families can and should be meaningfully loved, supported, and uplifted throughout a crisis. There's actually no excuse not to. I think we learned that. It takes such a significant effort and different effort. At Steel Street, one of our campuses, every day parents come in and pick up their kid, which means they have a daily interaction. And I might just say, oh, Dr. Schroeder, would you step aside for a minute? I just need to chat with you about your son or your daughter. And we have that. That's gone in a pandemic moment. So you have to make so many intentional moves to build the connectivity. So even Literacy Palooza, when we wanted to assess our kids in reading mid-year, we made a festival out of it. We had balloons outside, music blaring. We built our kids' home libraries. They picked books. Parents reserved a slot from 1 to 2 hours, much better than the local plumber or cable provider. You pulled up your car. We delivered you coffee, hot chocolate, donuts, pastries. Your kid went in one-on-one, took the assessment, came out, picked their books, got back in your car. It took 22 minutes. So like the thoughtfulness of how to even run a Dibbles test changes dramatically in a pandemic, but it can be done. Hence the point on number 2. And then 3, everyone gets tired. And this is the fundamental problem I think we're facing right now, which is by the end of last year, I'm just done. I don't want to answer your call. I don't want to log on another Zoom. I don't want to FaceTime. I don't want to reserve my slot. I just want to go to sleep. So whether you were a staff member, a parent, or a child, people got burned out. And trying to sprint a crisis that lasts 20 months that's still lasting is very problematic. I think that's our key learning for us on our end. And then lastly, I want to jump into staff, leads and lags. We thought there's 2 things you need to be most connected to as a teacher last year, because we're not going to be in the building together. We're not going to be in a room together. You got to be deeply connected to your coach and your grade level team. Those are kind of the most important points of influence. So on a bi-weekly basis, we monitored your level of satisfaction. So what you see here is I feel connected to my coach meets my needs. That we have to monitor that the entire year. The same with our grade level, right? I feel connected to my team. And so the y-axis is showing a satisfaction rate of 80 to 100%, just to give you some context. Don't get tricked by the grid. And you can see on a bi-weekly basis what folks were saying. And we could also see this by grade level, by content grade, by coach. And so while the average always looks good, but you could unbuckle and go, hey, what's actually happening here? And let's have a meeting, let's follow up. And then at the end of the year, we were monitoring on a quarterly basis what folks had said they want their adult culture experience to be during 2020, 2021. So statements like, I'm able to have honest conversations with my colleagues, or it's a positive, friendly, and inclusive place to work. And folks were doing this end of quarter survey, and then team leaders, principals, were digging in with entire teams via Zoom calls to figure out what's working, what's not. But you can also see, look at the end size problem. Quarter 4, teachers want to go home. We actually didn't let them teach summer school, which is a different topic we'll discuss. We brought in an outside entity because we need our teachers to be on a forced break. Yeah, our best people wanted to do it, and we said, you need to catch your breath, because guess what? Pandemic's still rolling, folks. And we need you to be your best teacher you've ever been in the history of your life starting August. So we made them take a break. But you can see the end size tapering off. You can see the satisfaction tapering off in many ways. And we think there's some key learnings. 1, relationships sit at the center of everything. They always have and they always will, but man, were they tested in a year like last year. And to focus on adult culture, you have to call your shot. The team collectively says, this is what we want and need for our school experience to be in a thriving, healthy adult culture, and this is how we define it. And then you have to have massive discipline and staying power to remain focused, because enthusiasm and focus will dwindle when people get tired. So that was a key learning on the adult front as we think about these leads and lag measures. And so I want to just jump to now what? We got our backpacks on and we're going to school. 1, we lost our high expectations a bit last year, and that is devastating to me personally, because we are built on high expectations. And we think high expectations equals love, and this is the premise of our entire school year this year. We were so grateful when folks showed up, or a child turned in an assignment, or a teacher was fully engaged during PD, that if they didn't deliver the goods on the back end, it was like, it's okay. We call that ruinous empathy, right? Joyce writes an essay. It's not her best work. And we just say it's okay, versus actually I want to coach you on how to make this better, because I'm a mirror. My job as a teacher is to be a mirror and show you how great you can be every time that you fall short. Not judge you, not evaluate you, but tell you you can be better and help you get there. And I think we lost our mirror holding capabilities last year, because our empathy was so great, as it should be, because it was a crisis, and we lost people's lives, and it was the right thing to do. But it didn't help kid learning, and it didn't help our staff get better at teaching. It didn't help our leaders deliver more for the promise to our families. So our premise this year is actually those high expectations you hold, be on time. Perfect the craft of teaching. You'll never master it, but you'll get really close if you keep trying, right? That's the premise of this year. And then we have a plan to catch up that our board of trustees, it's one of the things I love about being smaller and nimble with 2 schools, 10 board members and 720 children in the same community. Our board approved our catch-up plan in March of 2021, which is a $1.7 million investment using ESSER funds over a 2-year window. And there's 3 tenets to it. Grade level is grade level, which we affectionately call GLIGGLE, rapid acceleration, and family and community partnerships. We cannot remediate our way out of students' learning loss. So we have to stick with grade level content, but be incredibly thoughtful about how you scaffold and give kids access to that content. Rapid acceleration, if you didn't learn phonemic awareness and you're in 4th grade, you need an intervention. We have to teach it to you. If you're about to do a 4th grade unit in mathematics, but the place value learning from 3rd that predicates it is missing from your brain, we have to teach it to you. We don't have to spend the entire year on it, but we got to sprinkle that in. So that's rapid acceleration. And then families and community partnerships, parents are at the center of the whole thing. And so what does that look like in our catch-up plan? I'll just break this down real quick. We just finished a 6-week summer intensive tutoring with our most at-risk 4th and 5th graders. We have after-school tutoring starting next week. It's 4 days a week. We're working with East High School, Emmanuel High School, Regis Jesuit, a number of retired folks, some foundation folks, some corporate partnerships we have. They're directly tutoring our kids after school who are the most farthest behind. And not just let's show up and have a mentorship, but like let's do meaningful work together and grow your brain. We have an additional teacher hire in each grade level, 4th and 5th grade. So the amount of one-on-one or targeted support you're getting as a student within your core instruction is up, it's higher. I think that really matters. And something similar, but 2nd to 3rd. We think about our elementary schools in 3 bands. K1 is as normal as we can make it. 1, 2, 2, 3 is kind of moderate intensive, and 4, 5 is like go time. Because you've got very short window to get caught up before middle school. And again, we love our middle school friends, we love our partners, and we just don't think they're equipped to deal with what they're about to deal with or are currently dealing with. That's a guess and a hypothesis based on historic data and future predictions. We are leveling up all of our DDI work, our data-driven instructional practices, and our teachers' content knowledge. You have to understand vertically what happened in the year before or didn't, what's gonna happen in the year after. You can't just know your own content at your grade level. You actually have to understand the curriculum across the vertical spectrum. So our content and curricular knowledge building with our teachers and our data-driven informed practices are really critical to us this year because we have to have rapid cycles of like, what do you know now? What don't you know? What are we gonna do about it? And again, and again, and again. And then authentic partnerships with families. We did a home visit. We do home visits with all of our new families. This year we did it with every 4th and 5th grade returning family because they need to know this is actually where your child is and it's not okay. So we call that truth telling. We think it's a really important premise to the relationship. And then we're doing quarterly family teacher conferences. So every quarter we see them twice a year. Now it's 4 times a year, every family teacher conference. If it's in your backyard, if it's over Zoom, if it's at Starbucks, it doesn't matter, but it has to happen. And then additional supports and engagement. So university nights, even training our families on this vertical progression of curriculum and what does it look like to effectively read with your child at home, giving them opportunities to learn and grow alongside of us so they can be partners in the what are we doing to catch our children up, not what's the school doing, what's home doing, what are we doing is the premise of the whole thing. And so, interestingly, that graph doesn't show up, but this one does. The good news is we've done some of this before. In 16-17, we did a turnaround of a school in which 6% of kids could read at grade level and do mathematics at grade level, and we were able to improve proficiency by 35% in a single school year. So we are grateful to lean on some of our historical successes combined with our catch-up efforts to drive dramatic change to address unfinished learning or learning loss, depending on how you want to talk about it, because we believe you can move both growth and proficiency at the same time. And we also believe kids don't have a minute to waste. And it's all happened to them, and they didn't choose it. So we're going to try and deliver the goods and make sure it gets corrected as fast as we possibly can while loving every single one of them because they deserve it. And so thank you, our children, thank you for all of your work because I know you've all had to lean in as the State Board of Education through a crisis as well. And this has not been easy on anybody who plays any touch point in the educational system in our state. So a lot of appreciation for all of you up there for the hard decisions you've had to make. And I promise you we're making the hard decisions on the ground and doing the hard work. Thanks so much.
Thank you, David. I'll turn to Dr. Hauser and the team from Aguilar.
I want to express my gratitude to Commissioner Anthus and the Department of CDE for allowing us to come and present to you as the State Board today. And also gratitude for being able to drive the gauntlet from Colorado Springs to Castle Rock. We don't get that very often in Aguilar, where we usually drive 25 to 30. So it's good to expand the skill set a little bit.
We did that just so you can appreciate.
Well, I do appreciate it. Gave me cause to meditate last night when we came in. I want to introduce our team to you. Olivia Bachicha is with Generation Schools Network. She's been our partner for the last 2 years and done a great job. Dr. Bree Jones is here. She's our superintendent from Levita, and we've established what we believe is a very unique partnership with Levita School District. And then I have my secondary principal, English Language Arts teacher and GT teacher, Elizabeth Jameson in the back, and Victoria Sandesteven Walk, who is our district assessment coordinator, MTSS coordinator, preschool coordinator, and elementary school assistant principal. and who just recently took on the sadistic role of junior high girls volleyball coach. So I'm going to turn it over to Olivia.
So good morning, everyone. First, I'd like to say that it's really been a privilege working alongside the wonderful staff at Aguilar. I have been there, like Stacy said, this is actually my fourth year, but that's okay, because I've worked in different capacities. And I was given the charge today to share with you the work that GSN has done over the last 5 years in 3 minutes. So how do you think that's going to go, right? So I've decided to just kind of separate that. Basically, our work was derived from the 4 domains of rapid improvement, which include talent development, turnaround leadership, instructional transformation, and culture shift. So I've disaggregated the information into these 4 categories to try to be short and concise, so we can definitely give everyone a time to share their experience with Aguilar. So the first one is turnaround leadership. Basically, and bear with me because I'm going to have to pull this a little away from my eyes so I don't have to look over my glasses when I look at all of you. But Aguilar participated in the TLP program with Generation Schools Network, which started the whole capacity of building the leadership team, which Elizabeth and Victoria became a part of. And that was, I believe, in 2017. So that was the start of this whole work. Through that, they also purchased new reading and math programs, as well as Tier 3 interventions. They revised their master schedule to include a 60-minute ELA block for math and for ELA and math in the secondary, and a 120-minute ELA block for elementary, with a 60-minute block for elementary as well in math. And we also incorporated the flooding model in K-5 reading. They committed to the MTSS implementation. They implemented the Tier 1, 2, and 3 system, right, with the Tier 1 being whole group core, Tier 2 being small group, which is differentiation, and Tier 3, which is the targeted instruction. And many more things around that, but I'm going to move on now to talent development. Under talent development, we basically focused through the early literacy grant that they were awarded 2 years ago, focusing on the 5 components of reading. Even though the early literacy grant is a K-3 grant, of course we took that work across K-5 because of the size of the school. It was very manageable. There was lots of professional development embedded in this strategy. We've done professional development on literacy strategies, the new reading program, which was purchased with the literacy grant funding. We did research-based instructional strategies. We've done engagement strategies by Kagan. We've also done professional development K-12 for math. The leadership team behind me participated in principal induction, which I coached them with and mentored them through that. They've hired additional paras for intervention in math and reading, which support the flooding model. We've done embedded support through weekly coaching. So I'm at the school every week, and I meet with them on a regular basis, and it's just been, obviously a wonderful experience. Under instructional transformation, so this is where we do weekly walkthroughs with myself, Dr. Hauser, and Bree. We've also done, to ensure the fidelity of the implementation of programs that they've adopted over the years, we've looked at, or we've done bi-monthly data meetings with K-12 reading and math staff. This year, one of our focuses is to really enhance that secondary component. The K-5 has been rocking and rolling, as you might say, so we're going to take that onto the secondary level. We use 2-week short cycles, so we can look at a Plan, Do, Study, Act model, so we can look and see how the students are performing. We use DIBELS, NWEA. We also look at that to progress monitor their skill level, so then we can adjust what instructional strategies need to be done for those students, creating small groups, targeted instruction, whatever we need to do, or whatever they need to do, they'll do. We've also implemented the use of data folders. So I know you've all probably seen data walls and all this conversation, but we've taken it to the hands of the teachers. What's that? Your time is up. I'm almost done. The data folders where they actually can take the wall to the meeting, right? Instead of having, so then they can take it back to their classroom and use it as an instructional tool for planning interventions and small group instruction in the school or in their classroom. Okay, I'll skip on. We've also done a learning matrix, which gives the teachers guidance on the learning cycle for objectives and so forth. And the last piece is the culture shift. So we've also implemented 21st century after school programs, and we help with that. We've done SEL, social emotional learning implementation, for the last 3 years, which includes PDs for staff, working in the schools, providing the curriculum for those students. We've also done been a part of the Periscope project, which now I give over to Bree. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Olivia. And I'm really pleased to have been asked to come here today and talk a little bit about the collaborative project that we've done between Levita educators and Aguilar educators. So as GSN was working in the school and doing professional development and helping teachers feel more efficacious, Dr. Hauser and I were talking about the Connect for Success grant and how that might be used more efficiently for high-performing schools and historically low-performing schools to work together to see how all educators might improve as a result. So we developed this project that the teachers involved named the Periscope Project. And if you were to ask any of them, they will show you the little hand gesture that says that is because it helps us look up and out. So in rural schools, we talk a lot about rural insularity, where people within the systems are one of a kind. There's a single second grade teacher, there's a single exceptional student service teacher. And so really thinking of pairing people together to try to help them be able to bounce ideas off one another and learn with and from one another is something we thought both systems could benefit from, and we have learned that that is in fact the case. So it was developed as a peer network designed to facilitate collaboration, to build teacher efficacy further, and to help educators learn with and from each other. What we learned out of this project, which we started in July of 2019, the first key learning out of this project is not mind-blowing. We learned that collaboration promotes further collaboration. Thank you. Once teachers begin to collaborate, they're more inclined to collaborate, and we find that to be a positive process. The teachers in Levita were more comfortable with collaboration at the onset of the project, and I think their comfort helped Aguilar teachers become more confident in that approach. The second key learning that we came out of that project is that relationship development is essential for professional collaboration to be effective. Again, this is not a mind-blowing finding, but we know that this goes back to the old adage of nobody cares how much you know until they know how much you care. And it's important that those professional relationships are predicated on personal friendship. We learned that district-to-district partnerships address barriers to learning and that they might ultimately improve student outcomes. And Elizabeth is going to speak a little bit more to that. But that piece about rural insularity and helping people feel belonging to a system and to have a support system that they can turn to help improve their practice proved to be really important. We also learned that peer networking practices contribute to the potential development of professional capital. So what Generation Schools Network had done really well was go in and train up human capital. What are our knowledge, skills, and abilities, and how do we utilize those in the classroom? Professional capital is comprised of human capital, of social capital, which is how well we use those knowledge, skills, and abilities together. And then the thing we were really working on is the third piece, which is decisional capital. How do we then choose to do the right thing at the right time to solve the problem before us? And we saw that the work that we did between educators resulted in that. We included everybody: superintendents, principals, exceptional student services coordinators, classroom teachers, and we found that teachers really found that to be great professional development that helped improve their practice. As we move forward, we're going to continue with those activities more targeted with classroom walkthroughs and observations to give one another more targeted instructional feedback. Look specifically at math curriculum, speaking to vertical and horizontal alignment, and really work to engage both of our school boards in the understanding of what strategic planning and what performance target setting needs to be in order to help improve both school districts.
Okay, hello. So I'm here to speak a little bit about the pandemic and how it affected us. Over the years, the data shows that in growth, we've made tremendous gains. We've done a lot of changes to our UIP and to focuses in curriculum and changing the curriculum and things like that. So right before we closed down in March, our middle of the year scores were showing that a majority of our classes in both ELA and math were showing not only the growth but the achievement. So it kind of broke our heart to have to close down in March. Some of the things that we had to face is the majority of our students don't have technology or even the opportunity to get it because of the mountain ranges that we live in. It's just not an option. So many of our elementary students especially had to go to things like packets and things like that. So we worked really hard in trying to meet with families, give phone calls, work with students in that way. So we thought we'd have a tremendous challenge ahead of us when we came back to school, so we extended our calendar and we started extremely early in August. I believe last school year we began on the 2nd of August. We were the first district, I think, in the state to open to not virtually. We came in-person learning, and we found that to be tremendously successful. Especially in the area of ELA, we did not drop much at all. The data shows that in ELA, we still have 7 of our overall K-12 classes showing achievement and meeting benchmark goals in both all CMAS and all other areas. This last year, we had 98% of our students test and come in, whether they were virtual or in-person learning. We met with families continuously. So right now, one of our main struggles that we still have is in the area of math, because we did not have consistent staff members and faculty that stayed with us in math, and many of our students had to be virtual. So one thing we implemented this school year is we just hired on a new elementary math teacher and secondary. And so we hope to finally see that growth back and the achievement back in the areas of math. But overall, implementing the MTSS program, having the curriculum changes, we've seen tremendous successes in the past few years with growth, but now we're finally matching that with achievement. So unlike the other schools, we didn't have to have virtual as long as many of the other districts, which was a huge help to us. And I think it proved to be successful, and our data still shows that.
Hi, thank you for allowing us to come and share our successes. I'll talk a little bit about secondary and the things that we've seen, specifically graduation and dropout rates, concurrent enrollment. Graduation, probably 5 years ago, our graduation rate was probably around 75%. The past 4 years have been at 100%. Our dropout rate was around 20%, and we've maintained 0% for about 4 years now. So that's huge on our side. A lot of that has to do with our CTE programs, our FFA, bringing back welding, shop, auto, those kind of things that interest the kids, that give them the I can do something after graduation, because not all of our students will go to a four-year college. Also, the secondary, when I first got there, had a attitude of, I'm not a student that is going to be able to go to college. They had the negative mindset, but with the staff that we have now, they've learned that that positive mindset is, I can't do it yet. We are one of the districts in our county that allow freshmen to take concurrent enrollment classes, and 5 years ago we had nobody that was doing it. Sorry, this is really 2 years ago, we had a young man graduate from college before high school. And this year, we have 5 of them that are on track to do that. So, thank you.
Thanks. The next one we're going to turn to is lessons learned. And we've learned a lot over the last few years. Since our coming to you in 2017 and initiating the work with GSN and the work with Levita, we found out that it takes years to get this going. You have to be able to address turnaround if turnover of staff. When I first came back in 2012 to Aguilar, we had a turnover rate of about 28%, 30%. And the last 3 years, it's just been about 2%, 3%. So we've had an awful lot of stability with staff and administration. I mean, this is my 10th year there. And when I came in 2012, I was the 6th superintendent in 7 years. So we've had good stability with our school board, and we get a member back on this November, who was term limited last year, who had been a 26-year school board member and coal mine supervisor, and just a strong advocate for public schools, and he's coming back on. Plus, he's a good hunting buddy. We've also realized the importance of strong partnerships. And strong partnerships extends beyond what you would normally think. It's been very affirming and reaffirming the work that we've had with CDE, the partnership we've had with CDE, and by extension, the partnership with you. Because when we came in 2017, we had to present a plan to you that you approved, and it was a little bit different because we weren't asking GSN to be our management as much as our partner in turnaround. And you had to believe that we could do it, and you had to trust that we could do it. And CDE had to be convinced and trust that we could do it also. So the relationship and the trust that we've been able to build with the staff at CDE has been huge in giving us the latitude to work with what we've done. People like Lisa Medler, Laura Mishaw, Kate Bartlett, Andy Swanson, Lindsay Jackal, it's the commissioner. It's just the work that we've had with them over the last how many years has been extremely positive, and I thank them for it. But then also with Generation Schools, because it's a partnership that they've been totally invested in our turnaround and our work. And they know rural Colorado. And so that's been a very positive relationship we've had with our turnaround partner. And then the work that we've had with our own staff and getting their commitment and buy-in. The work that we've developed and built with Levita School District that I think promises to be the most powerful yet of real change, of embedding change over the next few years, where all of our staff, not just a leadership team, the past 2 years we've had just our leadership team, and this next year we plan to involve all of our staff in it. And I expect that it's going to be a tremendous issue of capacity building. What's next? I think that as you look at lessons learned, and I'm out of time, as you look at lessons learned, leaders ought to start looking at what's next. And what's next for us is we see Aguilar going into the Student-Centered Accountability Program that the state board approved back in 2014 or 2015. We see that being a real critical issue of our own accountability and our own growth. We're going to want GSN to work with our middle school and high school level, where they've primarily been involved with elementary and then SEL as a whole. And then this is my last hoorah. I'm out after this year, and so we're going to have a district transition leadership change. I think I've been through six commissioners and a lot of staff, and I think this is the most customer-oriented staff at CDE that I've seen over the last 17 years of my time in Cortez and Aguilar. So that's our challenge as a district, is finding leadership to take us to the next step. And thank you for letting us present to you today.
Thank you, everyone. I think those are our presentations, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Excellent presentation, wonderful information. Really grateful that you came. So I'm going to go down the line and give my colleagues a chance to ask questions, make comments. Board Member Rankin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions from the last one. I'm just kind of curious. Dr. Hauser, how many students are in your district?
We had a 20% increase this year, going from 100 to 123.
Congratulations. And how about Levate, yours?
We're at 213.
213. Okay, thank you. I think it's important when we talk in percentages, and we're in Denver, that we specify what it means to be a rural school district. And I want to thank you both for what you do, and you're part of my district, so thank you. One of the things that really struck me on all of these presentations was the positivity of everyone. We don't hear that these days. This presentation was so different from things that I've been hearing out in the field. And I can't tell you how impressed I am with the key to the positivity and the key to improvement, and its leadership. And you all have shown it today, and I'm just so proud that you were here. And I always think it's important to shed a spotlight on something that stands out. And I have my pet, which is reading. I talk about it all the time. I talk about it out in the field. Because to me, if a teacher spends all their time teaching reading and absolutely nothing else, the child has a better chance of success in life. And Dr. Detieri and Dr. Pilch, I just want to say, looking at your reading scores from 2018 and 2019 for your 8th graders, just remarkable. Just remarkable. 35% to 41. I mean, that's incredible. Unfortunately, we have the pandemic. And usually what people say, and I know you're thinking, can't wait to get those tests underway again when we've had a chance to get back and do the work that we do. So thank you all. I am very impressed. And good luck, Dr. House.
Thanks.
Board Member Skarziga.
Thanks for the break there. Oh, I'm going to take that for a second. So jumping right off from where Member Rankin was going, I think I've had the honor to have spent some significant learning time, professional time with all of you at some point. SPF committee, yes. I mean, we could go down the line. I have a strong belief, and of course, through my last position, leadership matters. It matters, it matters. And you are definitely demonstrating and reinforcing that for me again, how much that matters. It's leadership, it's resources, which include partnerships and community, equals student outcomes, right? That's our kind of formula. And then a highlight, something I found interesting. I just want to, I think it's worth noting for me personally. It was with Mr. Singer, when you were talking about your end of year time with parents, this truth kind of, I'm not sure what the term was, but bringing forward to me that without data, without state data, you still have internal information, you sit with parents, and you talk with them. You know where your students are. It's not perfect, and it can be off, but you make that commitment that you will let parents know throughout the year where their students are, and that to me is really that transparency I think everybody is due, and despite a pandemic you were still able to do it. So, and I think a lot of people do. But with that, it's really nice to see you all. Congratulations. And if you don't know, Mr. Hauser, Superintendent Hauser, is an amazing photographer. And if you look him up on Facebook and be a friend with him, and he will make your day with this beautiful nature, wildlife photography that he does.
Thanks, Lisa.
You bet, you bet.
And you can go to stacyhauserphotography.com.
I learned something new. So, thank you so much.
Board Member Durham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the message is that it can be done, it just isn't easy. So appreciate your efforts, and there have been relatively few success stories to tell in the last 2 years, and so it's nice to hear one. I don't remember who made the comment about increasing graduation rates using technical education. I just have a question for her. How do you achieve critical mass for your technical programs in small districts for programs like automotive and I don't know what other programs that you had, but how do you get to to critical mass?
We have students in auto and welding and woodworking, and each student is provided Chromebooks, and they're learning how to do design capabilities with different things, and just the new technology that's out there with auto is all technology related. We didn't have a lot of the hands-on during the COVID year, but now we're bringing it back this year.
And in terms of critical mass, it's just a commitment to conduct the programs for the success of the students, knowing that we're going to have to build up the programs.
Thank you. I think we allocated $15 million of our federal funds to what I think are likely to be rural opportunities to create career and technical programs in rural districts. So any input that you might have for our staff on how that money might be well spent to expand these programs to districts that don't have them would be appreciated. And because we're dealing now, as Dr. Anthony said earlier, with the how, and I think it is I really think it is an important component going forward to offer these alternative pathways. And so any observations you have, I'd appreciate you passing along to staff. Thank you.
Board Member Esser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was a great, wonderful presentation to hear from 3 different districts, or actually 4 different districts, because I assume you're 2 different districts.
Right. Yes.
Okay. At that size, how difficult. And nice to finally meet you, Dr. Pilcher. I've heard great things. I'm a Greeley girl who graduated from Greeley West, so you're my favorite.
You've got to come up and see that new school we're building at Greeley West.
Yeah, because, I did Greeley West when it was also new. We'll not talk about that. We'll not talk about that. But you said some things that were really important to me. Great that you had a strategic plan that you could rely on when it happened, so that you were ahead of the game. You said you centralized curriculum. What did that look like, and are you still doing it?
Yeah, I'm going to let Dr. Dattery answer that question, because this has really come out of her team, and while she's preparing to do that, I'll just share one thing, that in February of 20, we were watching this thing start happen, and I pulled the team together and said, we got to get ready. I don't know that it's going to be COVID, but it could be MMR. I mean, it could be something. We got to get ready, and they started getting ready, and a month later, we had to be ready. So,
Yes, so part of what we have always been able to do in District 6 and through our leadership and our Board of Education supporting, having that curriculum that is consistent in all of our schools. So it is adopted and it is consistent. And what we knew we had to do when it's static, meaning that it is in books and on paper. And so what we had to do is think about how can we put that into a system that would make it consistent to access it electronically as well, and to make the learning be able to be at home as well as at the school. So what we did initially was to make, when we had to get ready for just the very big unknowns, was we put that curriculum into our learning management system, which happens to be Schoology. There are several out there, but it happens to be Schoology for us. And we put 19 days, and we said we got to get this up and going for 19 days, because we thought we'd be back
Of course.
by the end of the school year.
Yeah.
When we realized we weren't coming back, we said we got to do this to the end of the year. And so we put it up so that our students could access from home and teachers could teach remotely and keep kids going through the end of that school year. So that was because of the consistency that we had, but we had to get tighter and make it electronic, in an electronic format, as well as in brick and mortar. Then over the course of the summer, we knew that this was not going to be going away, that we had to be able to be more flexible, and that we needed to get our entire year kind of flipped into this system. And so that's the work that our curriculum teams, teachers, we have over 100 teachers that would come together then over this course of the summer and got that up and ready to go in every content area, K-12, for all of our students, and in all of those core content areas, as well as in several elective areas where they could be able to be streamlined and have that access, no matter where the learning was taking place for students.
And you were
So
able
we're
to pay these teachers.
Oh,
that
yes.
were-
we used our relief dollars.
Excellent.
In that, to do that.
Yes.
The other thing that I'll add is that although we were flipping content, unlike many of our colleague school districts, we had our teachers engage every single day with students virtually. When we were remote and when we were quarantined, there was engagement every single day throughout the school day with teachers and students. So it wasn't a matter of putting that old online curriculum out there where we used to do courses online. It wasn't a matter of that. I mean, the teachers were engaged throughout with the students.
Excellent.
And I just want to say it was to take that lift off of our teachers.
Yeah.
That's what we knew we needed to do. That's what Dr. Pilch, when she said, we got to figure this out, because we knew something would be coming and it would be different. And so what we had to do was to take that lift off of the teachers so that
that was there for them and ready so they could deal with the instructional aspects for students and keep them engaged every single day.
Thank you.
So,
And,
yeah.
and there is a rumor out in the field that you're doing a very good job with your emerging bilinguals. What did you do differently once this pandemic hit with your emerging bilingual kiddos?
Well, so it was very purposeful, and I'll let Dr. Dattery again talk about what we did, but it's very purposeful and identified student by student with the adult who would be in contact with that student and their family. What else would you add, Stacy?
That was key, as well as when we realized that there might be students that once we kind of got a handle on some things, right, and from a safety standpoint, let's bring in some students. What can we still do that will keep them safe, keep some distance, wearing masks, and having kids in with us that needed the most attention and that most support because they weren't able to get that at home, in the way that we knew they needed to. So we were able to continue to make the contact, keep them engaged, and then really bring them back in. And even through the year last year, we kept kids in every day, even though the majority of students were hybrid. We would keep that our eye on that
At the high school level.
At the high school level, yeah.
So what Stacy's referencing is when we were hybrid at the high school level, most of our English language learners came every single day, as well as many of our students who were at risk for graduation and were receiving special education services.
Very good to hear. Very good. I think Stacy and I have worked together before, just looking at you. Yeah, I think we have. And to our wonderful rural districts, how many kids are in a graduating class? I'm not sure who.
Last year it was 3. This year,
4. This year it's 4. But out of the 3 last year, they earned over $30,000 in scholarship money.
That's excellent. Yeah, excellent. So the kids basically, you're able to kind of wrap around them and say this is what you're going to do. Because when you have 4, you say no, dropping out is not an option.
yes, Elizabeth is very good at telling them what they're going to do.
Exactly. Exactly. I think that's a good idea. And of course, you prep. Wonderful, wonderful presentation. It looks like you're doing a great job. So thank all of you. I just hope this gets shared broadly with your colleagues, that you don't keep it to yourself, and that we can all profit from it. So thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Board Member Schaffel?
Yeah, I also would just say, when you were finished presenting, I felt like applauding. It's like, how can we be silent after all this? I just can see the deliberate, relentless focus that you all have. I, too, have lived in Greeley, and so it's great to meet you. But all of you are doing such awesome work. And, you can tell when people know what they're doing and really have that focus every day that drives their actions. And we all think of life, and I think, well, when I'm dwelling in the clouds and abstractions, I'm not being honest. I got to get down to the details. What am I actually doing today to address this issue and make it better for somebody? And you're doing that work, that relentless, deliberate, difficult work. I can't thank you enough for doing it. The students in your sphere of influence are hugely, benefiting from the love that I love what you said, high expectations equals love. Well said. And so thanks for all the detail that you addressed and the relentless work that you're doing. I think of data folders. I love data folders. It doesn't get any better than that, just because you've got the data right there and it drives your actions when you get back to the classroom, which is where the rubber meets the road. The walkthrough documents can be huge. And then many of the other things you mentioned, I love that you served hot chocolate to your parents and had them come right there, and the students come in and get tested. And it's just those personal touches, people first, detail, relentless focus on achievement, using the tools that are out there. Just really appreciate what you're doing, and I hope others are listening and can really pick up some of this passion and focus that you're really evidencing and carrying through every single day. So thank you, I applaud you, and I hope you have an awesome year.
Thank you. Board Member McClellan? Board Member McClellan, do you have some questions or comments?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank all of our panelists. From Greeley, Dr. Pilch, it's always a pleasure to have you before us, and thank you once again for taking the time to help us stay connected with firsthand testimony about what's happening in the field is always so appreciated. I appreciate hearing that you all are using Schoology. I experienced that as a parent, so I know that's a good system. I also wanted to say thank you for speaking to the importance of wraparound services and speaking to the impact of COVID for the families that you serve. Thank you so much for that perspective, really helpful. From University Prep, I just wanted to share, I really appreciated the silver lining. The parent engagement being stronger because you're seeing parents popping in the screen maybe during online lessons sometimes. That's terrific, and it sounds like you're going to be widening the manner in which you provide parent-teacher conference access in the future, so that's terrific. And I loved Liggle, grade level is grade level. That is really squaring with some of the research that I've been reading about, that accelerated learning is the way to recover from what we've been experiencing and the challenges that we've been thrown through COVID. So thank you so much. Sounds like you're doing terrific work there. And from Aguilar, I just wanted to say thank you for speaking to the challenge of achieving math growth and achievement during the pandemic. Our board has noticed this as a statewide challenge, and it's definitely a concern for us. So I really appreciate you speaking specifically to that concern, and we wish you well as you look to recover from that challenge. We could really hear how much you cared when you talked about having 2 students who graduated with a college degree before high school, and that you've got 5 on track to do the same. That's really exciting, and it really speaks to your commitment not just to help students who need the most help, but also to serve your high achievers, which is also so important that they not get forgotten, even though we have a crisis that we're facing in terms of unfinished learning. So thank you all around, so much appreciated.
Thank you, Board Member McClellan. And I too want to thank you. I guess the other word that I heard was building trust. I think people just assume that's there and it's not, and acknowledging it is really important. And so thanks to all of you for coming today. I really appreciate it. Safe travels, stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. It was wonderful to see you. Thanks for all you do for the state of Colorado.
Thank you.
And I'd like to have a 15-minute break, please. Ready? The board will now hold morning public comment. A friendly reminder that board members cannot accept public comment on quasi-judicial matters such as charter school appeals, disciplinary matters, and accountability clock hearings. Specific to today's agenda, the Adams 14 hearing is a quasi-judicial matter that we must decide based on the record in case number 17 AR 10, including today's hearing, so we cannot accept public comment on that matter when it is pending. Do we have any in person? Okay, so I don't need to really speak to the rest of that. Ms. Maramba, would you please read our public letter?
Yes, ma'am. So this is from the Colorado Vaccine Equity Task Force. It says their position is all licensed child care facilities, schools, colleges, and universities, both public and private, should promote science-based COVID-19 public health policy and practices, including requiring vaccination for all currently eligible 12-plus students and staff, requiring masks for all staff and students regardless of vaccine status, regular testing, and other effective strategies known to curb the spread of COVID-19. The rationale regarding masks. There's overwhelming evidence that masks decrease transmission of COVID-19. Evidence shows that vaccinated individuals can transmit COVID-19. Those who are unmasked in school settings, even if vaccinated, pose a risk to students who have not yet been vaccinated. While breakthrough infections in vaccinated people remain rare and are usually asymptomatic or mild, they can occur and cause illness. Masks provide an extra layer of protection for vaccinated individuals. There is difficulty in monitoring or enforcing mask policies for those who are not vaccinated. Wearing masks is safe for kids ages 2 and above. Currently, the CDC has recommended that all unvaccinated students or staff wear masks in schools. The American Academy of Pediatrics and the AAP Colorado has gone one step further, recommending universal masking in all schools. Regarding vaccination, children under 12 are not yet eligible for COVID-19 vaccinations, and adolescents 12 through 18 have relatively low vaccination rates compared to many other age groups. Children are at risk for contracting COVID-19, being hospitalized, and dying. The risk is growing as the Delta variant spreads. The risk will increase, especially for unvaccinated children, as diseases spread rapidly in school settings. Moreover, there is growing evidence that 10% of children who test positive will develop long-haul COVID-19 symptoms. In-person learning is clearly the highest priority for schools at this point. Positive cases in schools, either among children or teachers, will result in classes and schools shutting down. Remote learning is disruptive, less effective, and has long-term mental health consequences. Moreover, the negative impact of remote learning disproportionately affects minorities and communities of color. Many communities of color have lower vaccine rates than other areas in the state. Communities of color are less likely to have reliable high-speed internet access or access to multiple remote learning devices. Remote learning places a burden on all working parents with a dramatic effect on the economy. Communities of color are also less likely to have access to alternative child care options if schools shift to remote learning. The threat of classrooms or entire schools closing is very real. Schools offer immense community benefit. And that's 3 minutes. Would you like me to finish? So there's about 2 more pages, so I'll go to the last paragraph. It says, the action needed, the Colorado Vaccine Equity Task Force calls on Governor Polis, the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, and local public health agencies to adopt these recommendations and to do so with speed. With school already underway or about to start, time is of the essence to protect Colorado's children.
Thank you very much. So our next item is an update on our accountability clock, our board orders, progress monitoring. We have a short presentation from our accountability team, which we have twice yearly monitoring report, and then based on our directed board action. Commissioner?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, as Madam Chair just stated, we come before you twice a year with progress monitoring report for all schools and districts that are on board-directed action. I do just want to mention a few things just because we have another agenda item later in the day too. You know, there's some, you know, we understand that staff are in kind of two roles in this world. Progress monitoring role, which is we progress monitor the order that you direct, and so we are in that role in our districts, but we also like to play a support role, which is helping to guide and support districts in going through that. Sometimes those two roles can be challenging, but I just wanted to take this time to thank our staff that I think balance this role incredibly well. Just want to also note Lisa Medler back there as well, you'll see later. But both Rhonda Hannaford, Lindsay Jackal, and other support team members. And so today, you know, we're really going to talk about the progress monitoring update of some of the schools. So with that, I'll turn it over to Lindsay Jackal and Rhonda Hannaford.
So let me first also extend the board's thanks for the work you do. You gave us a lot of reading, so clearly there's just a lot in there. I don't know how you're going to do this in a short period of time, but thank you for all the materials that you provide us, and thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner, and other members of the board. We appreciate the time you spend with that reading material. So yes, my name is Lindsay Jekyll. I'm the Executive Director of School and District Transformation, and I'm joined today by my colleague, Dr. Rhonda Hannaford, our Associate Commissioner of School Quality and Support. And we are here today to provide the board with an update of the progress of districts and schools with directed action. So this morning we're barely in the morning, quickly review a quick review of the accountability clock and that progress monitoring process. We'll review the progress of our schools and districts with board directed action, and briefly summarizing all that reading material in your board packets. And we'll wrap up with our next steps for progress monitoring. As I am sure you all recall, after 5 years of low performance, schools and districts must have an action directed by the board that's designed to improve student achievement. Schools and districts propose a particular pathway and provide the board with a plan to implement that pathway. And so we'll refer to that as the pathway plan. As schools and districts implemented their pathway plan and their directed action, the department provides support, and as the commissioner mentioned, also monitors the progress of school and district improvement. So we're here today to provide you an update on that process, which we do twice per year. Our purpose is to create transparency around the work and keep the board informed about the progress of these schools. We also want to recognize the hard work of these schools and districts and take a second to celebrate where we are seeing progress. So as another brief reminder, the board has the following pathway options to select from. The board must direct one of these pathways for district schools, charter schools, and districts that reach year 5 and beyond on the accountability clock. And as you've heard over the past 18 months and heard from our panelists this morning, schools across the state have experienced the pandemic in very different ways. So across every context, the pandemic has had a profound impact on students. And so before we dive into those schools and districts' individual progress, we wanted to spend a few minutes to set the stage for some of the information that we shared and how the variation in context has impacted progress monitoring. As you know, some schools and districts with directed action were in person for most of the 2020-2021 school year. Many transitioned between remote and hybrid, and many schools, and many of our high schools in particular, had high percentages of students opt to remain remote for the duration of the year. As we're seeing across the state, schools experienced declines in attendance. Many schools reported seeing challenges with tracking attendance and engagement across instructional models. We've seen an increase in secondary student course failure rates, leading to increases in the numbers of students who are off track to graduate. As you heard today too, schools experienced some staffing challenges as they made adjustments to needing smaller cohorts, and many are facing staffing shortages
this year as they enter another school year. And as we know, students, their families, and school staff have all experienced mental health challenges that affect their ability to perform at their best. So given all of this, we just want to acknowledge that all the schools and districts with board action did not propose pathway plans that envisioned a pandemic, and all have had to make adjustments and adaptations along the way to address the needs of their student learning needs and the health needs of their students and their school communities. All these variables do make assessing progress and comparisons to previous years or to set benchmarks challenging, but we've made a strong effort to summarize what data we have and provide the board with more background information to paint a robust picture of implementation and their current status. We also wanted to touch on the challenges of using local and state data to track and monitor progress. Similarly to CMAS, local data do have gaps in participation, but we think are usable to understand progress with appropriate caution about participation. So as you see in your board materials, our progress monitoring reports include information about local results and participation to help inform that information. But due to timing, we don't have statewide summative results for schools and districts in these progress monitoring reports. But as you know about and heard about, on CMAS, all available grades experienced declines in student achievement, and impacts in math were significant, and the gaps between historically underserved groups and white students has increased. But so with those caveats in mind, we wanted to dive into the progress of schools and districts with directed action and start with some celebrations. I'm ahead of myself. There you go. You'll recall that there are essentially 4 tracks for schools and districts that have directed action. And we monitor progress on schools on each track, though the dosage of monitoring does vary between these. So we'll talk about our early action schools. So those are the schools that opted into directed action in year 3 or 4, and we've color-coded those as green. Our traditional hearings for schools that reach the end of the clock in year 5, and those are coded in yellow. Schools that must come before the board again because they have not improved, we call the rehearing group, and those are coded in this orangey red box. And the schools that remain on watch, meaning they've improved their performance but haven't come off the clock, which requires 2 consecutive years of priority improvement, are in blue. And of course, we've had an accountability pause that has delayed these on-watch schools from being able to exit on-watch status. So this table shows all the schools and districts with directed action, and all of the districts and schools on which we've provided you a report in your board materials. We have a variety of mechanisms that we use to monitor the progress of schools and districts. So this includes site visits, classroom observations, reviews of data, and in some cases, focus groups and interviews with staff and leadership, and working with the external managers or partner organizations. Each school and district is assigned a staff person from our team, referred to as a turnaround support manager, to walk alongside the school or district as they plan for and then implement the pathway plan and directed action. Our turnaround support managers are the ones who provide the written progress monitoring reports to the board. And so in your packet, you have a report for each school and district. And when our team is in schools, what we're looking for, among things, is evidence of strong leadership, of intensive support for those leaders from the district, improvement on those leading indicator data, the attendance, behavior, local assessment data, and consistent implementation of the plan. We know these are foundational to sustained performance. And so with that, we wanted to start with our on-watch schools and find some reasons to celebrate. Continuing our happy mode from this morning. So let's first quickly review those schools on watch. They've improved their rating above priority improvement, but have not had the opportunity to exit. So Aguilar, who you heard from this morning, was implementing a partial management plan with Generation Schools, and Minnequaw in Pueblo 60 is implementing partial management with Relay. They both improved to improvement before the accountability pause and have some positive trends that have continued since that point.
So you heard from the Aguilar team, and as you heard from the commissioner, we had a chance to visit Aguilar, and so here are a couple of photos. Dr. Hauser did not take these. They would have been much better if they, if he had taken them. But the school and district, as you've heard, have worked so hard to implement a strong plan over the past 4 and 5 years. They have focused on strengthening core instruction, so we were able to observe literacy instruction, which has been a key focus for them, as you heard, and putting in place to really support distributed leadership and professional learning for their staff. The retention of teachers has been foundational. Dr. Hauser didn't share this, but he is not shy about hiring cousins and aunts and husbands to just help support the retention of those teachers. The Periscope partnership has been crucial. We heard from teachers about how important that is in a small community to be able to connect with one another. And I think one of the things that is most unique about Aguilar is they have been so incredibly strategic in their ability to leverage resources. So this is a photo from their CTE pathway, the welding program, which their board, I think it's their board president, is also the CTE director, and they have worked with to align their 21st century resources, every resource they can find to create these programs, and it is an incredible space to see. Their Future Farmers of America is really meaningful for their community and has sort of this agricultural engineering pathway for their high school students that has really contributed to engagement for their school. And as you've heard, they've implemented some significant changes with their staff just on board, extending the year by weeks by referring back to those core values and their priorities. As you heard, their local data continues to show progress, and we are so excited for them and want to continue to learn from them. Again, their order is a unique one. It has effectively ended because it was directed before the law changed to require 2 consecutive years of improvement. And while they can't exit on watch, we want to be able to recognize them. One of the things we're usually able to do when schools and districts exit is to celebrate their progress, and so we're glad to do that today. And like Aguilar, the commissioner and I also had a chance to visit Minnequaw, and it was incredibly heartwarming to see the school and the progress that community has made. Similar, they've focused on a few key strategic priorities, namely creating a strong, positive school culture. They've made a deep investment in their teacher professional learning, coaching, and use of data. These photos show some of their teachers also delivering literacy instructions. They are all in on early literacy. We observed some really rigorous phonics instruction going on. Yeah, it was, it's hard to describe. It's hard to describe the school culture at Minnequaw. You can't really see it in the hallway, but every single bulletin board, every single classroom is planned and contributes back to and reinforces their school's strategies and priorities. They also have an incredible leader. She is a strong, energetic, instructionally focused leader who has guided that school through the pandemic and kept that focus on instruction. They had high participation in local assessments, and their local data is showing that their plan is improving student achievement. The leadership, the staff, Relay, all work collaboratively to drive towards that sustained dramatic improvement, and we want to celebrate their progress. And we know that even within Pueblo, other turnaround schools in Pueblo are going to Minnequaw to learn from Katie and learn from their strategies. I'm going to be observing them bringing other leaders to Minnequaw, and we hope that we can continue to learn and see them grow and progress.
Their leader's name is Katie too.
Their leader's name is Katie too.
So although I'm sure they could learn from me too, they would learn much more from Katie, who's next to me in that picture.
Katie Harshman. Yes. Yes. She had a baby in May. She's one of those, like, when do you sleep? She's just incredible. So before we dive into some of the other pathways, I just also want to acknowledge all of the hard work by staff and students in every one of the buildings. There are bright spots and things to learn from in every school, and we are so grateful for all of the work staff are doing on behalf of students. So with that, we're going to shift to our next group of schools, which are our early action schools, the ones who came before the board before reaching year 5. This includes Gateway High School and North Middle School, both in Aurora. And both are implementing partial management plans. Gateway High School implemented a partial management plan last year with communities and schools. The school did make progress on establishing some systems and structures for increased leadership and support by grade level. As you know, CIS notified the school that it would not be returning for the 21-22 school year, and so APS is requesting an amendment to the order, which you will hear about tomorrow afternoon. And overall, North Middle School has also made progress in the implementation and has been focused on improving core strategies, core instructional cycles. Their current focus and increasing alignment between the district, the school, and their MGT support have set the school up for additional implementation progress this year. They're showing much stronger staff retention, and they'll continue to work with MGT next year with a focus on building the capacity of instructional leaders across the school. And so next we'll cover those schools that the board saw most recently for their first hearings. These schools were just beginning implementation of their plans as the pandemic hit. So these are the schools that came before you in winter of 2020. This includes Central High School in Pueblo, which is implementing partial management, Bill Metz in Monte Vista, which is implementing partial management, Abraham Lincoln High School in Denver, which is implementing an innovation plan, and Manual High School in Denver, which is also implementing an innovation plan. Pueblo Central High School, we'll start with them, works with Relay and with the University of Virginia. The impact of COVID created some complexity at Central, especially last fall. It was really challenging for them to establish key instructional systems, moving between hybrid and in-person pretty frequently in the fall semester at the high school. But during the second half of the year, the school district, the manager, and the school leadership team worked collaboratively to sort of reshape their implementation plan and provide more intensive support to the school, and progress was made in the second half of the year in establishing those core systems. That level of intensity of support will continue into this school year. Like other Pueblo schools, Central will be implementing a new district-wide curriculum and assessments next year. And the school saw some bright spots, including their 9th grade success team, strong staff retention, and a significant increase in their graduation rate. Bill Metz Elementary in Monte Vista is making progress on its key focus areas of curriculum and instruction, assessment, and culture of student performance. In particular, the school noted significant improvement in some of those school culture indicators, such as attendance and behavior. The school implemented some strategic staffing initiatives last year to create smaller learning cohorts for students that they want to maintain into this year to support recovery. The school's work with Generation Schools has added key support in their focus areas, and they will continue that this next year with some additional support from GSN to facilitate recovery. Similarly, Abraham Lincoln High School in Denver is on track in implementing their innovation plan. The school was completely virtual in the fall, and then in the spring, only 40% of students returned to in-person instruction. So Lincoln implemented many of their key instructional systems in a virtual environment. So the school implemented observation and feedback cycles with staff, their data-driven instruction cycles, supports for new students, and increased support for language learners virtually. They worked with UVA for leadership development and is on track with implementing their ninth grade academy and their college and career pathways for this coming year. Similarly, Manual is implementing their innovation plan. Like Lincoln, they were remote in the fall, and many students opted to remain remote for the year. In particular, the school implemented its data-driven student team and their professional learning and planning system, which they call Teachers College. The school also works with UVA for leadership development for their leadership team, and they focused on ramping up their early college model last year for implementation this year. And then finally, the rehearings. These are the schools and districts that the board has seen more than once. This includes Risley Middle School in Pueblo, which was directed to implement full external management and did so originally through MGT. In October of last year, the district requested and the board approved a temporary shift to partial management, which is happening with Relay. This includes Aurora Central High School, which is continuing implementation of its innovation status with the addition of an academic-focused partner. In 2019, the district added PEBC at the recommendation for their academic partner. And PEBC has a focus on coaching administration and instructional coaches and has supported the school in setting up demonstration classrooms. And then Adams 14 was directed full management of the district, and that includes Adams City High School and Central Elementary as well. And so we'll start with Risley. Overall, based on observations over the past year, Risley is trending in a promising direction. They have a new principal last year who is providing sustained focus on some key high leverage priorities. The school leadership team has attended UVA and has a UVA 90-day plan that helps them stay focused. They have worked effectively with the district and external organizations, including Relay, UVA, and 2Partner for math support. The school seems to be benefiting from its work with Relay, and when the state review panel visited Risley in January, they recommended that the partial management plan continue. The district is also providing a high level of support at Risley in particular, including some additional professional development for new curriculum resources and some additional staff. And the board will hear another update on Risley from the district in the spring of 2022. And over at Aurora Central has made progress on implementing its academic focus. It continues to build systems for data analysis and to support staff. The work with PEBC and on the academic focus continued throughout the year, even with the disruption of instruction and the models for courses and remote instruction. Like other Aurora schools and other high schools, a large percentage of students learned remotely through the year, but like many schools, and student engagement was a challenge in that remote instruction, including for their language learner population. But like you heard with Greeley, the school had small groups in person throughout the year designed to support those struggling students and language learners. Looking ahead to next year, Aurora Central will have a new interim principal. Their previous principal retired at the end of this year. And as a part of Aurora's Blueprint APS plan, Aurora Central is engaged in planning this coming year that may result in more significant changes for the school for the 22-23 school year. And finally, Adams 14. CD's progress monitoring report in your packet focuses mostly on the work of the spring semester. So like many districts in the metro area, Adams 14 was remote for much of the year, or hybrid. The district made progress on a number of key areas during the spring semester, including establishing the district's instructional model, their professional development plan, and leadership development. Their support for English language arts and the district strategic planning have been noted by CDE as areas of concern. So in addition to the spring 2020 progress monitoring update, as requested within your board materials, there's a memo on the status update for Adams 14 that summarizes some of the key events that had led up to this afternoon's agenda item with Adams 14. And that information is current as of Tuesday. So we know there's a lot of information in the board materials and that we just sped through, and we really appreciate the time that the board spends with those materials. So what comes next is CDE is going to continue to monitor the progress of these schools and districts. We'll continue to be flexible as there are ongoing uncertainties around COVID, but we have been super excited to get back into schools in person for progress monitoring so far this year. And as we've discussed at the June meeting, there are a number of schools, including Pueblo Central, Bill Metz, and Manual, that would have returned for a rehearing based on this 2021 SPF. With the pause, we'd like to consider a state review panel visit for those schools to provide the board with an outside lens of progress this year. And we'd schedule those visits for the spring of 2022, so in the spring of this year. And we can create some opportunities for the board to hear from districts and schools with directed action for a state of the schools presentation this spring. And as we have experienced throughout the year, our system did not imagine a multi-year accountability pause. So as such, situations may arise when districts need to request amendments to their order. So the board may see some of those over the course of the year this year. And our next CDE progress monitoring presentation will be in February. And so with that, I will open it up to questions.
Board Member Schaffel, questions?
And thank you for the great summary. It's so good to see the big picture, who's out there, where are they in their process. My question is about accountability for the management entities that the districts work with. I think generally the accountability probably happens when you get involved and you get a sense of how things are going, and then you report back to us. That would be one lever. The other lever is if the district feels that it's not working, the partnership that they thought would work isn't working, in which case they can come back to us and amend it. Is there some other lever? Is that the best way? Or is there some, we're basing all this work on a theory of action where we think that this could help, right? Things are occurring in a certain way in terms of achievement, stagnating, trying to make a difference, bring other expertise in, makes sense. But if it isn't working, lots of money's going out, and how fast can a district address that, or how well can they address it? Are there impediments to them addressing it so that it doesn't get too far down the road and it's like, well, it wasn't working, we knew that, but 6 to 8 months elapsed and we couldn't do anything about it?
Madam Chair, thank you for the question. There are some provisions that are a part of the board orders, oftentimes with external management as their pathway. And any good management comes alongside good partnership and communication. And I think those are maybe some of the embedded questions that you might be alluding to and asking us. So there are, if there's a disagreement between the district and the external manager, communication is always key. But if that isn't able to get resolved, CDE also is there as a partner in helping to navigate what the expectations are. And in many cases, within the state board order, there's provisions that the local board can pursue if they want to take a direction that might be different from what their external manager is recommending.
Mm-hmm. So if a person says, well, these external entities really aren't accountable, and so we're basing this whole premise on the fact that they can help. If they're not accountable, that's not really quite true. Are they accountable, so to speak? Accountable to do what they said they would do, but in terms of effecting the kind of change that they were hired for, that of course is an outcomes measure, and it's hard to be, quote, accountable for that. Would you say that?
The state board order is definitely between the state and the Board of Education and the district, so there's a level of accountability that is there. Mm-hmm. And then there's usually a contract that is in place between the local board, the school district, and the manager, where they have an agreed upon process that they put in place, what their deliverables will be, their timelines. So there's a level of accountability that the local board would have with their contracted partner.
Can I just ask a couple more thoughts? So if we wanted more, quote, accountability, would we write into the order something about student achievement or accelerating learning, or because a lot of our order is inputs? How about outputs? We could build that in if we wanted to. We all look at Julie.
Well, let's think about that. I mean, yeah, I could think of a way to do it.
It would have to have enough latitude to make it fair, but I'm just saying. Okay, and then my final question is, have you seen situations where CDE went in and felt like, this doesn't seem to be working, but for whatever reason, months are elapsing and it isn't getting fixed soon enough? Is there any impediment to fixing something, changing partners, adjusting what the entity is doing, adjusting the time they're there, adjusting the subcontractors they bring in? Is there any impediment to saying after, let's say, a month or 8 weeks, this isn't working, we need to fix it now instead of waiting 6 to 8 months or a year or more? Is there any reason why it can't be addressed fairly quickly?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I would say we do have situations where
something isn't working, something within a management partnership is not working, and it requires then a conversation between the district, the school leader, and the partner. We've seen then partners change staffing in response to what we're seeing. We've seen schools change point people in response to that, especially when things first start. There's this getting to know you, making sure things are working on the ground, that we have had to have those like stock take conversations to change who's staffed or what the focus is. And there have not been any impediments to changing course in response to data that we're seeing, so that schools can get back on track.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
Board Member Esser?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to come back to Dr. Sheffel's last question, so you as an entity, when you do your site visits, can suggest improvements to the partnership?
Madam
Is that
Chair.
what I heard you say?
Madam Chair, we do, and I would also say districts are skilled, especially at having conversations with external entities about here's what our needs are, here's how we might adapt that. So it can come from us, it can come from districts, it can come from school leaders who are saying, I'm seeing a different need over here, but we had planned, we need to change course, but we do have that ability to suggest changes.
And what exactly does a state review visit look like when you go in? What
Question.
just
Yes.
broad steps?
Madam Chair, so when CDE staff goes in, not when the state review panel, yeah. Yep, so when CDE staff, when we have a site visit, they're usually no less than 2 hours, usually 3 to 4. When there's a management entity, we do tend to try to observe them, so I can be very concrete about when Relay is at Risley, I observe the management partner leading the site visit with the school leader, and am a member of that team where we walk through local data, we observe classrooms, we discuss what we saw, and craft the next steps for the school leader, and are clear about here's what's the school's next steps, here's the district next steps, here's the manager's next steps, sometimes there's CDE next steps as well, and do that on a regular cycle. So the next month we are back, what did we identify, what do we do next, just to see that progress happening around the school's priorities. We also have instances where schools will ask for a mid-year review. So for example, at Lincoln High School last year, a team of us met with teachers, did a focus group on how are data teams going? Give us your feedback. So it was another perception of how effective are we in our observation and feedback of teachers in our professional learning communities to make some recommendations to the school leader. So it varies in that way, but and we always ask for some data. We get monthly student attendance and local data on sort of a regular schedule to help inform that conversation.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Board Member Durham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Then the state board orders as a general rule, or perhaps all the time, contain dispute resolution mechanisms in which an appeal to this board is the final determinant. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, yes.
Has anyone that you're aware of ever used that dispute resolution mechanism?
Madam Chair, I think the only reference is Risley last year requesting a change due to circumstances of COVID and all the challenges that came with their full management and needing to make a change there. Went through that process to request that with the board. But I don't know if that was it wasn't part of contract dispute. It was outlined in their order how to request an amendment to the board.
Yeah, I don't think it was contract. I think it was the order. They weren't in compliance with the order, and they came in and requested or came in with a way to get in compliance.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Board Member Skarziga?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think, am I on? Yep. All right. A couple of these questions are ones I was going to say for this afternoon, and I will, but kind of along that same line, I wonder, when we have a dispute resolution inside a board order, but then there's a contract that gets signed between a partner and a school district that also has a resolution in it. And I'm wondering about the way those two either converge or conflict. And that's something I think to just think about. I don't, because I've been asking that question. And then the other one is around management and the board. And I wonder about sometimes a void when a board is hearing updates and getting information from primarily a manager or a partner when the district isn't as evident or as visible. I wonder, I think about your role in that kind of monitoring. Do you monitor the partners' updates to the board to see that, yes, we are alignment, we agree when they're saying they're making progress or they're having issues? Do you monitor that as well?
Madam Chair, in the case of Pueblo, yes, they are consecutive agenda items when the management partner presents to the local board, and then I present after to have that ability for their local board to talk to both. And in the case of our other full management in Adams 14, yes, we monitor the local board and have our own local board presentations to Adams 14.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. That's my only question.
Board Member Rankin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to go back to Board Member Scheffel's question about partial and full management. And that is, I'm sure it's unique to each district or school that you go into, but could you, for instance, put a percentage on that? Like, there's partial management and they have approximately 5% job, or it's partial, but they are 60% or 70% because these are the areas that they needed. And I think if that wouldn't be too difficult, that would be helpful on these reviews. The other thing I would like to see in the future is the SRP overview review panel.
Yeah, don't use an acronym, please.
I'm sorry. And I know they've been on Zoom because of because the state review panel wanted, and I understand that remotely. But when you come back, I would like to know if these reviews were on Zoom or in person. There's a big difference in talking and speaking with someone that wants to say the right words and then being able to observe it in the classroom as it's happening, because the outcome is with the students. So I know it's the best we could do, and I have no problem with that up until now. But I think for these huge decisions we're making in 9 years on the clock, we have to be a little more specific. And then one more thing, if it's an if elementary, high school, whatever, the number of students. Are we dealing, like today, we talked about percentages, and one person graduating out of a class of 4 is a higher percentage than some of the larger, and that's important too. So these are things we didn't have to care about or pay attention to before, but I think we have to now, that moving forward. That's just my input. Thank you.
Board Member Scheffel?
I just had one more question I thought
Go
of.
right ahead.
Sorry. Is this a trend at all that you see, the difference between the saying and the doing? Because sometimes what I hear is, well, these entities come in, it sounds great, but they tend to tell us what to do, but they don't actually do it. And so, that could be sort of an implicit issue, because if you're a district that's trying really hard to make a difference and you already know some of the things you need to be doing, someone from the outside tells you more of things you should be doing, you already know what you should be doing, but you don't have the staff or the expertise or the who knows what to actually do it, and it just sets up a chafing. Is there, do you see that as a trend, or is that not really a trend? Because I think what the districts need when they're in this situation is people to actually do. Do great professional development, create charts so that people can really unpack the data and understand what it means so it's actionable, actually work with small group instruction to accelerate learning. There's 4 or 5 things that could actually be done. And do you see it as a trend that it's more saying than doing when they hire these entities, or is that not a trend?
Madam Chair, The examples that I can point to, it's not. I think we have some strong partners and some partners do just dive in and roll up their sleeves. I think you heard from Olivia and Aguilar, who actually ran their data team meetings, who would prepare the DIBELS data, would help do them until they could release that capacity back to teachers who had not done it. And I have observed some of our management partners jumping in to help when a teacher says, I don't actually know how to teach this standard, jump in and co-facilitate that. I think with any of these plans, some things are hit or miss, and sometimes you do see partners who aren't exactly meeting what the districts or schools need, and then we talk about, they'll come back and discuss who's going to do this. Is it going to be principal? Is it going to be an instructional coach? As collaboration on how do we get the need met, and whether that comes from the external partner or from someone else. But I think we do have some robust examples of partners really taking the lead on I've walked this walk before, let me show you, and my goal is to have you not need me when I leave, and release that support. So just to balance some that do, we have examples of many who do the work right alongside the partners.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Board Member Rankin?
Yeah, I just want to get this on the record. And when you talk about, Ms. Jackal, partners, these are partners that the district has approved and the partner agrees to. This is not something that CDE tells the district to do. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, that's correct. We will help support districts in finding partners who meet their needs. We do have we see that as our role, as being able to look across the state and be discerning about what partners do to help match make with strong partners, but it is up to the school and district to select that partner that best meets the needs of their community.
Thank you very much.
Board Member Skarsgård?
Thank you, but just from my understanding then, but the board has to approve that partner. We approve that partner. I think with Adams 14, wasn't there, they wanted a different partner first, and we would not, I was not on the board. So I thought that happened, but the state board has to approve who they choose. Is that correct? And if I'm wrong, great.
Madam Chair, in some cases, yes, and in some cases, no. In some cases, they are implementing an innovation plan and have selected a partner. So in the case of Aurora Central, it was continuing to implement innovation, and we highly suggest you find an academic partner. There was not a process to approve that partner, but some orders do have a process laid out for the board to approve the partner.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take chair's privilege right now, if I may. Acronyms. You know, I've been doing this for years, and I know you believe that it's just that I don't like them. That is not my point. My point is that we are a public organization. We have the public listening to us. And if we use our own language, they don't know what we are talking about. And that is why. My personal experience years ago, when I was in tax practice, we all used to talk in code sections, right? Code 13, whatever. So then you would go to a client's office, a couple of you, and start speaking in that manner and get this funky look from very well-educated executives who do not speak in code sections. And it was our job to speak in real English. And I don't keep doing this to you all to be critical, but I feel very strongly that we are a public organization. We talk about public schools. We have the public listening. Public owns our schools. And I just would encourage us to be thinking all the time, someone who's listening to us or reads about us in the paper, that they can really understand. State review panel in and of itself might be a little questionable, but it's certainly something that you can ask about in a more informed way than to say SRP. Who the heck knows what that is? So my apologies if I have offended anybody, but I would be grateful if we could start focusing on the fact that we are serving the public. The public is listening to us. I am glad the public is listening to us. We're accountable to them. We're trying to serve them. And we don't want to have our own language. Thank you very much. Apologies, folks. So the next item on our agenda is the recognition of two of Colorado's outstanding art students. Commissioner?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Let me just get my notes out here.
You want my notes again? Just turn it over to Angela. You're turning it over to Angela.
Oh, okay. Yes, thank you. We are really excited to have some Colorado students with us here today, so we'll welcome them into the room. And while they're coming into the room, I will turn this over to Angela Maramba to introduce them. Welcome.
Okay, here we go. Okay, so we have two very talented students in attendance today to celebrate. It's my privilege to introduce them to you. This recognition has become an annual tradition through the collaborative partnership established with our congressional representatives in providing their second place award-winning artwork from the 2021 Congressional Art Show competition to be housed here at the Department of Education for 1 year. So first, I would like to introduce Shia Saw from the 7th Congressional District. She will share a brief statement while we view her piece titled Lost in the Madness of Uncertainty.
Hi, my name is Shia Saw. I'm a senior at Golden High School, and my piece, Lost in the Madness of Uncertainty, was actually part of my AP drawing portfolio from last school year, and my theme or concentration for it was the stages and process of grief. And so this piece is actually very special to me as it helped me experiment with drawing techniques that I've never tried before, and also to express how I process grief myself. And so for this, I used a really new method where I actually painted the base of the portrait with acrylic paint, and then drew in the details with Prismacolor pencils. In the end, I really enjoyed this technique because it made the portrait seem more lifelike, and I liked how it helped me create a style where I could include both abstract and realistic features. And while creating this piece, my goal was to make a visual representation that my audience could empathize with, and I wanted to express the disassociation with reality when grieving. And this could show to how someone may feel when they are lost in a sense of madness, of uncertainty, hence the title. And so during this, I carefully chose which elements to include, such as skin tone, color, and expressions, because every detail down to the red background and the black and white ice sketches were placed there to create a sensation of confusion and detachment. And this goes to show why I love art so much, because it is how someone can express themselves, to communicate and convey what they feel through a visual piece. And personally, growing up, I was very shy and quiet, but then art became my outlet. And when times were very difficult, it then became my coping mechanism. And, you know, throughout my art career, my pieces are, they display what I feel. And especially this piece, personally, I feel like it expresses something that words can't even begin to describe. And so as an artist, I hope that my piece is something you can empathize with, and to help create a connection to anyone who may need the support right now, just to remind them that they're not alone. Thank you.
Thank you. Ooh.
Thanks, Shia.
Just for a
So our
year.
next artist is Brooklyn Brown from the 5th Congressional District. She's also here, and she'll share a brief statement as we view her piece titled Fox.
Oh gosh, okay, so this is my picture, and I took it on a trip that I went camping on with my friend. And a little bit of the backstory of that trip, it was right after a bit of an accident that I got into, where I ended up getting flight for life off the side of a mountain, and my friend had to take care of me during this whole camping trip. And basically, we got to our camp spot, and we saw this fox, and last second I grabbed my camera and was able to capture this shot.
Beautiful.
And basically, when I was editing this photo, I brought out the vibrant colors and made it very just saturated, to show that you can find beauty in everywhere that you look, and even when you're in a really rough time in your life and everything may seem bad, you can find the bright colors and bring them out. Also in my photo, I use the depth of field, so how the fox is in focus and the background is blurry, and even some of the weeds in the front are a little blurred out. Shows that you can focus on different things in life, and it all depends on your perspective, whether you make it positive or negative. And so, yeah, this is my picture.
Thank you. So I'd like to congratulate you both on your outstanding talent. It's rewarding for the state board to have students such as yourselves and see the work that you're doing. We are pleased and we are lucky that you're going to share this with us for a year. We will really, really enjoy seeing it, having it hang here in the department. I'd also like to recognize the parents and teachers who are here and the work they've done in encouraging you to pursue your artistic endeavors. I know that parents and teachers are an integral part of your success and your encouragement. So on behalf of the State Board, I'd like to thank you. So this time, if you would each come up and receive a certificate of recognition and have your picture taken. I think first, Chea Sowers from the 7th Congressional District, have your picture taken with Board Member Esser, and then Brooklyn from the 5th Congressional District with Mr. Durham. Commissioner, you want to use these two? Yep. going to go into exec session now as well as have some lunch. We will be back at 2 p.m. Am I correct? Ms. Maramba, would you please read us into this, please?
Yes, an executive session has been noticed for today's state board meeting in conformance with 24-6-4023A2 CRS to confer with an attorney about Adams 14 School District and Adams City High School appear and show cause hearing before the board this afternoon. The board, oh, we don't need to do that. That's it.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to convene into exec session?
So moved.
Thank you. Any opposition? No, I don't need a second. I don't know why I don't need a second, but item is hearing for Adams 14 School District and Adams City High School appear and show cause hearing, case number 17-AR-10. On August 27th, via electronic vote, the State Board of Education voted to issue an order to show cause directing board representatives from Adams 14 School District to appear today to address the district's implementation of the State Board's order of November 28, 2018 order. State Board has never before intervened in this way in a school district. We have not had cause to do so. Based on the information available to this board, it appears that the district is not implementing our 2018 order and has exercised authority that the State Board ordered it to delegate. I understand that the superintendent has concerns about the external manager. I recognize that those are important to address. There is a specific process outlined in our 2018 order for the district to raise those concerns and ask to make adjustments to the order. To date, the district has not requested amendments to that order. As stated in the August 27th order to show cause, you are here today to address your compliance with our 2018 order and specifically to answer 3 questions. 1, whether the directive that Adams 14 School District succeeds stop work within the district and its schools was issued with the approval and ratification of the local board. 2, whether the district, through its local board, executive staff or otherwise, has exercised or attempted to exercise authority that was ordered to be delegated in paragraph B of the 2018 order. And 3, how the district plans to come into compliance with the board order or otherwise remedy the current situation. The district's representative may speak for 10 minutes. Ms. Maramba will let you know when your time is up. After your presentation, the State Board may ask you questions. Are there any questions before we get started? Ms. Maramba, you have some comments to make, please.
Yes, I did want to let everyone know that we did receive correspondence yesterday from MGT, and they've asked us to add it to the record today. It appears to be a cover letter and a spreadsheet describing the kinds of services and number of hours of services that they say are not occurring because of the stop work order. We've not placed those materials in board docs, and we've not shared them with you, the board, yet, because we need direction from the board about whether to include them. Likewise, we received 13 letters of from community members and school staff sharing their thoughts on the situation. As we don't take public comment for accountability clock hearings outside the call for comments from the board, we have not posted those letters to board docs and have not shared them with the public or the board.
Thank you. Today's hearing has a narrow purpose, which is to determine whether Adams 14 has violated our order, and if so, what to do about it. I'm not sure those materials are relevant, and we're probably already going to have our hands full keeping our discussion today focused. So I'm going to decline at this time to include that matter. If the board decides to ask for public board input later in this process, we can include those letters that you have received, Ms. Miranda. If something comes up during our exchange today that suggests we should reconsider reviewing those submissions, we can revisit that subject. So let's get started. Please state your name for the record and proceed. You have 10 minutes.
Yes.
You're on.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Madam President, members of the board, Commissioner Anthes, thank you very much for allowing us to be here and present to you our case. I would like to thank you on behalf of the Adams 14 School District to allow me to come and represent our school board. I would like also to recognize our school board, our local board is here and in support, and I would like to thank them for their hard work. As you said, we were given 10 minutes, and before I jump into answering the questions that were given to us, I would like to mention that and acknowledge the history that has happened with Adams 14, and to recognize the hard work that you as a state board have actually put into ensuring that our district is providing services to the kids, and high quality services to our kids. I think it is very clear, and in the research that I, through making the research when I was contemplating coming in and applying for Adams 14, it was very clear to me that it's been decades of our students not receiving high quality services, and therefore we are down to the lowest performing school in the district. And I recognize the hard work that each one of you as board members and united as a board, the hard work and the tough decisions that you have to make to ensure that our students, our youth in Colorado, are receiving services to prepare them for the demands that they will face in the future. I believe it is important for me to say that I value and thank you that your mind is about kids. And I want to share with you that that is why I came here, because I have been in positions where I have had to advocate for children. And I would like to collaborate with you and follow your lead on how to better serve our students. So to the first question, as far as was the board approved, was the board in agreement, and did they approve the pause in services and in work? I'm going to say absolutely yes. There has been conversations, many conversations since I started here. Actually, before I started, I have been here, as you know, 2 months. But before I joined, I started meeting with individuals, and resulted in the board commissioning or contracting or mandating us to contract a evaluator. Based on the state board order, as I understand it, there was a possibility at the end of year 2 to have an evaluation. And really the conversations that I was having with A14SS, also known as MGT, and with CDE personnel who is supporting us, we agreed to bring to our board the option to bring an external evaluator. And mainly, this happened because of the pressure that since day one I felt I was receiving from MGT to add funds and additional payments to the contract that they already had. When I was asked several times about increasing amount so that they can continue providing services, I was just asking questions. I am a person that holds everyone accountable. I believe that when we are serving students, we all are accountable and should be held accountable for our actions and our results. And I was asking for simple things. I was asking for, what is it that we are buying with additional money? What is it that we are getting if we do not add, over $1 million for year 3? So as a result, we were directed by the board to hire an external evaluator, and he shared the concerns with the board, and that resulted in the directive to actually pause services. So question number 2, did the district, through its local executive staff or otherwise, act in contradiction of paragraph 2? We believe we have not. The reason for that is, as we are looking at the State B 2018 mandate, it is very clear that the district was mandated to move or to pass specific authority to a lead partner. And I believe in the experience and having conversations and looking at what has transpired in the first 2 years of us having the lead partner. I believe the school board, in good faith, actually transferred that authority that was mandated by the state board. And I believe that in good faith, they accepted all the recommendations that was presented in front of them, including recommendations to even change policy, purchases policy, that later on it was uncovered that through that policy change, MGT was able to pass some of the contracts or the expenses of their subcontractors to the district. The way that we interpreted that was the district is paying MGT over $7 million in 2 years, which equates to 48 teachers, paying over $7 million in 2 years, requesting additional funding, and on top of that, passing some of the expenses of the subcontractors that they promised they were going to have to support the district to Adams 14 school district. So we believe there's good cause for us to have serious concerns. Then we asked them to pause based on our agreement with MGT. We have a window of 20 days to say, we need to talk, we have concerns. Based on these findings, let's get together and have informal mediation. After hours of mediation, informal mediation, several meetings, it was very clear that there was not a genuine interest for them to collaborate with us and resolve the situation. The question here is not whether we are willing to have a lead partner. We are. As a district, we are. The question is, are we willing to have a partner who is not being held accountable or who is not delivering what they said they were going to deliver? And the answer to that is absolutely not, because our students are counting on us. And quite frank, I don't think that was the spirit of the state board order when you ratified it or approved it in 2018. So we look also at the state order at Section D, where it's actually allowing us, if there is a concern and there is good cause, to go through a process and consider stopping that relationship for good cause. And I believe that that is why we're here. We want to acknowledge once more that we honor and we respect the board order, but it's about having a lead partner that will be suitable to support our students, because at the end of the day, we have more than 6,000 young Coloradans counting on us. We believe, and we come here in front of you to ask for guidance on, based on the information that you have. You received a document in there. In 10 minutes, we could not possibly go into some of the details of those concerns, but there are some important documents in there that show evidence of our concerns. And I would like to highlight, sections 6 and 7 are actually external evaluators that the local board was so concerned about the money that was, the added money that was asked, and the lack of accountability that they hired and commissioned 2 external evaluators. One of them evaluating the work of the previous 2 years, another one to evaluate the work of the strategic plan, because there's, to this point, 2 years after, no strategic plan.
That was 10 minutes, Madam Chair.
If I'm given 2 more minutes, I will wrap it up.
Give her 2 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And also on section 12, some correspondence from MGT, Harry Bull, requesting additional money. To answer to question number 3 and finalize, I just want to be, quite frank and say we are going to follow the lead, and whatever you tell us to do, we will follow it. We respect your position, and we respect what your role is. but in a genuine spirit of being proactive and to really focus today on the future, understanding there's a sense of urgency because we still have students coming into our schools today. We started exploring nonprofit organizations who might be willing to partner with us and be a lead partner. This is not about changing the format of lead partner. This is not about not acknowledging the state board order, but for us to, with your approval, explore nonprofit organizations. We started conversations with the Association of American Association of School Administrators, AASA, a nonprofit organization, and they have accepted to actually, if we are allowed, to explore a plan, a proposal that I will be presenting to my local board for approval, and if they approve it, we will be bringing it to you for your approval. And this being a organization that will be suited to provide high quality support for the schools, for the teachers, and for our students, so that we can provide excellence service to our students. We're asking for your guidance. Present here, actually, and in good faith from AASA, we have the former commissioner of education from New York, and she has, in conversations with the AASA, she would be someone in Adams 14 working full time, and we will continue exploring the contracts that we have. This is not about changing anything. It's about asking for your guidance and for your permission and approval to seek options. Thank you.
Dr. Laurie. Board members, it's now an opportunity for us to ask questions of our presenter. I will go down the list. Let me start with Board Member McClellan because she's been last consistently.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me just mute my other computer. Okay. Thank you for that presentation, Superintendent. I really appreciate the overview and all of the materials that you supplied, including the communications that were shared with our legal counsel timely. So I just want to make sure that I am understanding. MGT double dipped for getting paid up front and then having the district pay MGT subcontractors directly?
Thank you, Ms. McCullough, Carla Loria for the record. When we looked at the contracts and what they said that they were going to be providing, naming some of the vendors and the specifics of the services that they would be providing, and then we uncovered after these evaluations that there are many contracts for the same vendors providing similar or the same services to our administrators as far as training, as far as support for COVID. Yes, we do believe, looking at the evidence, that there was double dipping. We were paying their vendors. This happened actually after, in summer of 2020, they brought in a proposal to review a policy, the purchases policy, and they added a line in there saying that any purchases that were supposed to be for or categorized as professional services did not need to be approved. So there are several vendors, some of whom are in their plan to support the district, in the plan that they presented, that we are also paying. And for this, and this is so serious, and I understand the seriousness of this finding, the local Board of Education has actually directed me to engage with an auditor and create a go through a forensic audit for the payments that have been made. And in the binder that you have in section 9, it's a copy of the contracts that we have found. Some of the contracts are actually, most of them are shy of $50,000. But some vendors are getting 2 and even 3 contracts, adding up more than $100,000 in a school year, and those were not approved or presented to the board, nor were they pre-approved in the budget process in June.
Wow. Well, I would find that disturbing under any circumstances, but because our prior board order has stripped your district of all powers which the Colorado Constitution has allowed to be stripped, it is all the more disturbing because it seems to me that we have left you in a rather vulnerable situation where we are now hearing evidence of abuse. So is it the contention of the district that going forward with MGT is not in the best interest of students?
Thank you, Ms. McCullough, for the question. Members of the board, Carla Loria for the record. Quite frank, no. Based on the evidence and the conversations that I had and they had with me since day one, actually May 22nd was the first conversation when I met them. They requested over $1 million to be added for year 3. And they asked me in person and via email, they asked me to add funds to year 3 on top of the contract. And then after the study of the 2 evaluators regarding the strategic plan for the district, which is lacking, strategic plan for MGT for the 4 years on how they were going to be supporting, which is also lacking, and findings on many other issues, including the finance, we believe continuing at this moment with MGT or A14SS as a lead partner is not in the best interest of the students.
And do I further understand that you would be amenable to bringing forward a plan that involves a different partner going forward in the best interest of students?
Absolutely. Absolutely. The intent of us coming for guidance on how we can do that, it's really not to change anything in the order. It's for us to find guidance on how we change the lead partner. We want to have a lead partner. We want to collaborate with the Colorado State Board. We want to collaborate with CDE because I believe that we do these jobs in our different positions with the only goal to support our students. And we have not seen the student learning happen in the ways that we should. And I do understand we have been in the middle of a pandemic. But in the midst of pandemic, we are in a crisis. Adams 14 is a district in a crisis. And we cannot use anything as an excuse for us not to do what we need to do for our students. And we do not see them growing. We do not see our teachers growing with a professional development. Some of the professional development, there's no strategic plan to really work as a district towards comprehensive transformation. And without a plan, me having been in districts that actually have achieved transformation since 2005, one thing is very clear for me: without a strategic plan, we cannot achieve transformation in the time that we need to. And I know we say we have 4 years or 3 years or 5 years to transform. To be quite frank, the way that I see it, we have 1 year, because our students have 1 year in this one grade level, and we owe it to them.
Well, I appreciate your frankness and the information that you've brought forward for us. The amount of powers that have been placed in the contractor's hands in this situation are truly extraordinary, and I can't help but wonder if we have not placed your district in an extraordinarily vulnerable position to what sounds like potentially financial abuse. So I am personally deeply concerned about this, and I'll give my board colleagues a chance to ask their questions. But were it not for the stripping of your powers and the vulnerable position that the prior board order has placed you in with a private or profit contractor, I might be inclined not to get into the weeds about these very, very grave and serious concerns, but given that it is our board order that has placed you in such a vulnerable position, I feel that it would be irresponsible not to give you the opportunity to speak to these grave concerns, and I thank you for your candor. Is there anything you need to add before we move on?
That question is for me?
Yes.
Yes. I just want to add, yes, thank you, Ms. McCullough.
Board Member McCullough.
Yes, Ms. McCullough, Board Member McCullough. I want to add that I know that there has been a lot of mischaracterization of the things that have happened. I understand that, or I guess I want to express and for everybody to understand that it has not been my intention to, like my dad used to say, to air our laundry out in the neighborhood. I believe in actually taking care of business in the house, and we tried that. We tried that. We exercised our pause to work that was granted to us in the contract that we have with MGT or A14SS to try to resolve it. And during the 20 days, there was no genuine indication. To the contrary, it has been a lot of blaming. There's actually a paid advertisement now in one of the papers talking about me. And there has been no genuine intention to resolve it. We have been accused of overstepping the mandate that you gave us with some of the authority, but I want to make clear that no decisions have been made about the district without, after June the 1st, that impacts the district in the matter that my understanding was directed in the state board order. There has been hiring of one individual. Actually, we're recommending for approval. That individual has not been brought in front of the local board. It is our security director. That person left early July. The person was not filled by the management group. And we have students coming in. I believe it is my duty as an educator and as the leader of the district to ensure that public safety is taken care of. So we are bringing that person forward. MGT or the lead manager was not part of that. However, the vacancy happened over a month before they left. And there is another position that we are, with your permission today, I would bring forward to my local board for approval, and it's our communications person, because I believe that is also to abide and to comply with your order of high communication with our community and the community at large.
Thank you so much, Superintendent. And Madam Chair, before I yield, I just wanted to ask one further follow-up question for the Adams 14 district. Was it your contention that the written communications from your attorney that gave substantive information about your grave concerns, were those intended as the necessary communications to comply with our prior board order?
I will allow our legal counsel, John Farrow, to answer that. I think that he is better equipped to answer that question accurately, if I may, Madam.
Yes, thank you so much.
McCullough, yes, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Luria, Madam Chair. Board Member McClellan, the request that I made on behalf of the district was that before this board issued a show cause order, that it would give the school district an opportunity to explain the situation. It was clear that the board seemed to have concerns. I understood that from Ms. Tollison, your counsel, that there was concern within the department and potentially on the Board of Education about the performance pause. But our concern was that it was being mischaracterized as some kind of indefinite final stop work order, which is extremely misleading and mischaracterizing. We made it abundantly clear throughout the process, even at several stages, thought that Adams 14 School Succeeds, MGT, agreed that a performance pause would be appropriate during dispute resolution. That's all we were trying to do, is to say, you know what, there's $250,000 more on the line right now in this month. We have a dispute resolution process that we have to do contractually, and it's the best interest of the district and the state and the community, et cetera, to follow that process, to give this partnership every possible chance of it to succeed and continue. So we did go through that process, and the purpose of the letter that I prepared before the so-cause order was issued was to explain that and to try to give the board an understanding of what the district's rationale was behind the performance pause and explain what it was. And then today, certainly I've prepared a longer letter for you, and we would ask that you would consider that certainly before you take any if you were to, I don't know what action the board is considering taking today. We certainly feel that you should just discharge the show cause order. And as Dr. Luria mentioned, we ask that you would give us an opportunity now to select another lead partner. And then we would understand, of course, that we need to come back before the board. And, you know, we ask that you set this matter again and set it after September 28th, which is an upcoming local board meeting, at which we would hope that we could have had a very expedited community engagement process, continue to pursue this potential new partner, develop a very strong proposal that exceeds state expectations, work with the department, of course, on that. And then, you know, if the local board approves it, then we would be able to come forward and say, this is the partner that Adams 14 now wants to work with in the remaining 2 years of the order. But again, to underscore some of the comments that have been made and some of the questions, I want to be absolutely clear. The district is not here today asking that you change, for example, the time remaining in the order. We're not here today asking that you change the scope of authority that must be delegated. Board Member McClellan's concerns about local control notwithstanding. Certainly, we're a school district, and those are very important concerns. But this district agreed 2 years ago to the delegation of authority in that order. It's honored that. And so it's not asking that with a new partner that would be changed. It's not asking to change the scope of Adams City High School or Central Elementary as part of the order. And we're not asking to change the ways in which the order could be reviewed or changed. We're not asking the way in which the partner...
You're not really here to ask. We ask you to come and explain to us whether you complied with our order. It would be really helpful if you could stick to that. Let me just, allow me please just to stop you. Mr. Durham, you can be the first one with questions.
Thank you.
We'd be happy to. I just want to point, you did ask us to also say if you think we did violate the order, what should you do about it?
That took about 5 minutes. I don't know what we've been doing for the last 45. But let me start by, I think, correcting the record a little bit in the history. You keep referring to this as a partnership. It was never the intention of this board for this to be a partnership. You were to be managed by an exterior manager. So the continual use and characterization of this as a partnership is it isn't. It would be nice if you all could develop a relationship with someone that would be lasting and might become a partnership, but this is no partnership. And the reason it wasn't a partnership is because this district has failed its children for a decade. So at some point in time, either this board, I think, was required legally, if not morally, to intervene and say these children deserve a better opportunity than they have been given. And we believe this better opportunity can be provided not by the continued management of the Board of Education, but by an exterior manager. So I think, and I think it's important to keep that in context as to how we got here, because I think there's been no mention on the part of the district of its past academic record and past performance that really led to this board having no choice but to do something, and we did something rather drastic. Although I don't consider it to be drastic under the circumstances. We could let the failure go on indefinitely, but I don't think that's fair to the children. So the only question that as far as I'm concerned is are you in violation of the board order? So let me just see if I can ask a yes or no question here. From page 14 of the order, it says, if the district believes it should terminate its contract with the chosen manager for cause, it must advise the state board and seek appropriate amendments to the order. Did did we fail to read some correspondence advising us that you must terminate the order and, or must terminate the manager for cause? And that, and did you come and seek appropriate amendments to this order prior to the termination of your chosen manager? So yes or no question?
No, we did not violate it.
Thank you. You didn't violate? You did that? You gave us?
We did not.
You did not?
Yes.
Okay. So that's clear. That's a clear violation of the order, and I think that's an important element of the order, because the history of the district was such that we believed at the time that the board should not be taking unilateral action to eliminate this manager, and unfortunately for you, it's plain English. Now, all of the she said, we haven't had the he said yet, because the other party was not invited here to defend themselves, and I don't know that there is necessarily any defense for them, but that doesn't excuse you from following the carefully laid out pieces of this order, because we could very well have agreed with you. And I would just say, as an aside, that I would say, given the decline in performance of the students vis-a-vis statewide average in the past year, I think it's fair to say that neither the district nor the management company covered themselves with glory during the last 18 months. But that's not really relevant either, because you may have more than good cause. I might agree with Ms. McClellan, but unfortunately, and it's more than unfortunate, because if exterior management is to mean anything, that means that someone must review your decisions, all of your decisions about an exterior manager, not after you've taken action, but before. And so I noticed that you were concerned enough about the performance of MGT so that you hired Mr. Berger on June 20th. Any reason you didn't advise the board, or did you advise CDE or the employees that the level of dissatisfaction was such that you might tend to terminate the contract?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Durham. So first, if I may clarify, the reason why we say that we did not violate by terminating, it's because we have not terminated their contract. When after the 20 days where we were allowed to get into a mediation period, we invited them to come back and address the board, and they said that they were not coming. And they denied, or they rejected that invitation. So I would allow, after I answered your second question, I would allow John Farrow to elaborate on that, as he would be better prepared on saying that.
I'm not. I'll ask if I have questions for Mr. Farrow. I'll be happy to ask him.
Going to your second part of the question, as far as why to quote you, why I hired an external evaluator in June.
No, that wasn't the question. I said you did hire one. Why did you not bother to notify the board or CDE of your level of dissatisfaction?
Thank you for the clarification. So there were conversations that happened with CDE, and at that time I was not officially on board. I was actually, these were concerns that were brought up as a result of the continuous requests and pressure to add more than $1 million to year 3.
Well, let me interrupt, and I really would like to stay away from.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Let me just be really blunt about this. It's just kind of like the drug situation. Somebody asks you for more money, you're not obligated to say anything but no. They have a contract, they're obligated to perform under the provisions of that contract. I would presume that would have been a very simple answer to provide them in this going on for
All right.
ever and ever about they want this much more money and that much more money is not relevant to how they were performing under the contract as existed at the
Right.
time. So I don't get that excuse at all.
Okay.
Whether they should have asked for money or more money or not asked for more money, that's a decision you all had the ability to make. That is one of the
Right.
decisions you had the ability to make. You didn't have to amend, you didn't have to come to this board to get permission to amend your contract. You had to get permission, and the amount you were paying, you had to come to this board. If I can read it again, must advise the state board and seek appropriate amendments to this order.
Thank you for the question,
It wasn't a
Mr. Durham.
question. It wasn't a question, I'd like to ask
So if-
legal counsel, you said that MGT was not would not meet or talk to you. Is it, have you been advised, Ms. Tollefson, that mediation was requested and rejected by the Adams Board?
Board Member Durham, yes, that's the understanding I got from counsel for MGT, is that they requested to go to mediation and it was declined.
Is that true?
No.
So they didn't
There
request
has not
to go?
been a response to the request for formal mediation.
You
They
have
made
not
a-
responded to their request?
We have not responded to their request for formal mediation.
When was that request made?
Within the last, right before the show cause order was issued, I believe.
So that was how long ago?
What they requested was an opportunity to speak with the Adams 14 Board of Education. That was extended to them. They declined and then said, well, we were only going to meet with you if it was going to be an executive session. Oh, and by the way, other reasons mean that we can't meet with you right now, whatever those are.
Well, is that your understanding, Ms. Tolson? I mean, recognizing we're getting one side.
No, I know that there was a letter requesting the use of JAG or JAMS, which are a couple of retired judge-based
Right.
mediation services in town. I saw that letter, I don't know the date of it, and I don't know that I saw a response.
It's under tab 3, excuse me. Tab 11 is the last document under tab 11. It's dated August 30th. That's the reference of JAG and JAMS. So essentially, MGT was asking the district to hire a private judge to arbitrate something that, 8+ hours of informal meetings and exchanges of information and phone calls had not been able to resolve. Obviously, that process would drag this on even longer, Board Member Durham, since that seems to be one of your concerns. But to clarify, we did not know, your question made an assumption to Dr. Loria. We did not know the extent of performance issues at the time that Dr. Berger was retained to do an evaluation. The purposes of the evaluation.
Let me get back to that. You said you were not yet on board on June 20th. Did I understand you correctly?
That is correct. My first day was July 1st.
So who made the decision to hire an outside consultant?
The Board of Education.
So the board in open meeting?
No.
There was an exec session on June 8th.
And the board
Harry
voted,
Bull.
and the board voted to, in executive session to.
No.
So
No,
you-
there was
then
a
you-
discussion in executive session.
Then you came out of executive session and then you voted on the record to hire a
No,
consultant.
the decision to hire was within delegated purchasing authority. There was no need for a formal board action. Each individual board member was polled individually and understood and approved of the decision to retain an external manager, Board Member Durham. So, I mean, I don't know why you want to make this an open meetings case.
Well,
and sort of
you
pile
think
onto
you
the school
might if you
district.
discovered we did the same thing up here in regard to this
No,
case?
If this was an expenditure outside of purchasing authority, obviously the situation would be different, but it wasn't. But
if I
Dr.
may add-
Loria was already involved in working with the district as part of her contract before July 1.
And if I may add, just to further clarify, the conversations that Harry Bull was having with me about adding additional monies without a plan on how those monies were going to be used, my responses was, I am not there yet. I do not know, the work that has happened, and we yet need to work on year 3 and 4 and delineate that, because based on the contract, there's going to be a a transfer of the authority, we really need to have clarity on that. Harry Bull and myself, and we connected with Lisa Metler from CDE, and we talked to her about a review panel to do an evaluation for the first 2 years. At that time, Ms. Metler shared that it would take several times because of COVID and things that we're all going through, some time for us to get a review panel. And we proposed at that time, and Harry was there. Again, I was not officially in there, but I was already, getting to meet individuals. And Harry proposed as well and was in agreement to have an external evaluator. At that time, I did not know necessarily who would that be. I said I can try to find with my network, see if there's anyone who is accustomed to doing evaluation with the purpose of providing guidance and recommendations for us to delineate year 3 and 4. So it was really that transition. So that was the purpose. As a result of that, and after Dr. Berger, the evaluator, being in meetings with over 40 people, many of them, actually all of them, were approved and given to him by MGT, by Harry Bull, and Adams Fortina says they looked at the list and they agreed. Actually, they added additional people. He also met with individuals from CDE. It's when the concerns were exposed. It was not to look at the concerns. It was actually to look at, what is it that happened in year 1 and 2, what the additional money will purchase for year 3 and 4. That was the intent.
Can we stop talking about the money? You were under no obligation to amend your contract. You had a contract. You're under no obligation to amend it. I just don't, if I've seen a red herring, I think this one is about as brightly colored as I can imagine.
Yeah.
I'd like to ask CDE staff, maybe is Ms. Medler around? I'd like to ask if you might come up and see, could you, if you have this information at your fingertips, and maybe you don't, maybe there's someone else. Yeah, or maybe someone. Could you enumerate the the staff provisions or the staff positions that were embedded in the schools, sort of at the non-administrative level, that services that are no longer being delivered to the district as a result of the stop work order, or whatever we want to call it, that are not being delivered now that were being delivered prior to the stop work order? Do you have can you give us a brief enumeration of that?
Madam Chair. So if you turn to your memo that was submitted yesterday,
right.
There's a summary at the bottom on page 4 that lists out some of our understanding, the department's understanding of some of the impact of the stop work order. So there you will see that, and in my rush to get here, I did not bring my reading glasses, so you're going to see me look a little bit strange here.
Somebody's coming to you.
Okay, thank you. I'm so sorry.
That's something I can relate to.
I am showing my age. So we, some of the things that we listed there, just in summary, you can certainly read through this. The first bullet lists out some of the MGT providers that are no longer within the district. Then there is a
Could you
bullet.
just for the record enumerate those, please?
Sure. So there is MDT and contractors. So we have the example of 2Partner. There is the interim superintendent, Mr. Don Rangel. He retired. I think it was planned that this position would not be refilled. There was a
position at the district level that resulted in a vacancy that was not filled over the summer. There were other consultants, such as Darlene Ledoux, and 3 school turnaround specialists and 3 English language arts specialists also that are on hold. Is that what you're looking for?
Yes, ma'am. So those are services that have been terminated effective, stop work order went out when, August 7th, no,
So from,
August 14th?
from our experience, our
August 4th.
understanding was at least by, our observation was by August 10th.
So by August 10th, so these services now have not been provided for at least 1/9 of the school year so far, correct?
But yes, between August 10th and August 18th, that is correct, is when that started.
So every day that this contract is in limbo, if it takes another month or 2 months or 6 months, these turnaround specialists won't be available. And is it my understanding correct that, and as I read through some of the observations of the reports that you all delivered, that you believe these were effective services that were being delivered at the school level? If I read some of the commentary correct, is that a fair characterization of the staff evaluation?
So if you look back at the progress monitoring reports over time, you'll see there's some areas where we felt like there was progress being made. I do feel obligated to say there were some areas where we felt like there was more work to be done, and so we were working with MGT to give them feedback and improve service.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate any other comments you'd like to add on your own?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Medler.
may
And-
we ask Ms. Medler a question or propose a
Mm.
clarification?
Not right now, no.
No.
I mean, is that evidence for the record?
Not right now, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I add something about two-partner?
I think
That
the,
is in reference
no,
to
you-
what
This
she
is our
said.
turn to talk and
I
ask
think the,
questions. You
I
had
think,
your
I think all
presentation.
of the,
Thank you, Madam
of Ms. Medler's comments were contained in publicly available documents prior to the, based on their periodic reports and evaluations that were submitted to this board. So I don't know whether it's evidence for the record or just facts that are out there that everybody who pays attention should know.
Hey, Mr. Durham, can I toss in a question of council
Yeah,
while
I
you're
think,
thinking?
I think I'm about done, so
Okay.
I'd like to take a break. Your turn.
I just have a question, Counselor. When you have a contract, and Adams 14 removed all their staff, locked out all their staff, is that a termination of the contract? What would terminate this contract, other than I say? I'm just curious, when did this all end? Because we know when it ended for the kids. We know that it ended for the kids when the adults who were serving them were locked out. But talk to me about some of the legal stuff here. Is there any legal substance to this
Yeah, well,
thought that I have?
thank you, Madam Chair, and it's a fair question, though you know how reluctant I am to answer legal questions
I
in
know.
open session. And although I have seen the contract between the parties, I don't claim detailed familiarity with it. So, certainly when performance is stopped, it's possible the parties could agree that it's temporary. So I don't want to opine that means the contract was terminated.
Okay.
I just don't think I can fairly say that.
Okay. So could be just a pause, although I didn't hear anything about a pause. Board Member Rankin, you were finished, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman,
ma'am.
for now? Board Member Rankin. I don't care what order you guys are in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we were told that MGT was not allowed in the building. I don't know what you call that, a pause, a lockout. And I would like to know how we found that out. Did you call us? Did you send in a legal document? How were we alerted to that. And what date was that?
I can answer it if the board will allow me, Madam Chair.
You,
Ms.
yes,
Board Member
please.
Rankin, thank you. Well, the first communication, and this is, bear with me, please.
Put your mic down.
Can you make sure you...
August 4th,
Mhm.
we sent a letter. I signed it to MGT's council. In that letter, we indicated that we believed that they had breached the contract. They had breached it. They had failed to perform.
So,
and that
wait,
we
let
would
me,
not.
you sent it to MGT,
And
is
we
that correct?
CC'd it to Ms. Tollison. I can't communicate directly with the Department of Education. I have to go through council, but and I called Ms. Tollison about it. Our intention was that the department would be made aware of it immediately. But what we said in that letter was, given the severity of the concerns, the magnitude of your fee, and the fact that we need to do a dispute resolution ASAP, we're not going to continue to pay your bill. Okay? There was a verbal conversation that around that same time, either the 3rd or the 4th, I don't recall the exact date, I wasn't there, but Dr. Luria met with Dr. Bull and had the conversation about this letter is coming. We're going to have some serious conversations about this moving forward. And it seemed to be, I won't say there was a handshake agreement, but it seemed to be an understanding at least. We came out of that meeting believing that MGT was understood that there should and would be a pause and had no problem with it. I thought that the state was aware of that based on that communication. Now, there were follow-up letters as it became an issue in the following days, or follow-up correspondence, letters, discussions, et cetera. This issue was discussed with Ms. Tollison by phone as well, and it was made clear that the parties didn't agree about whether there should be a pause. But we did try to keep the state in the loop throughout the entire process.
So let me go back and say that you sent a letter to our council on August the 4th. So this letter was signed by you to our council that there was a lockout for MGT.
It said that we will not continue to pay, and as we discussed the meaning of that, which is we don't think you should perform because it is inappropriate for you to come in and continue to say now you're going to claim that you get the fees in August. We've got to work out these fundamental these concerns about performance in the last 2 years, and then what even will it continue to look like? Because one of the underlying assumptions here is that the level of performance was going to be static from year 2 to 3, and that's just not the case. MGT made it clear that they were going to cut positions.
So you sent a letter to our council. Your name was on it, not the superintendent. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Yours was the sole name. Was the superintendent at that time involved in that, and was the board?
The board approved that correspondence, actually directed me to make that correspondence on its behalf.
However, you were the only one that signed it, correct?
I signed it and then CC'd the board and the superintendent and Ms. Tollison.
Okay. You answered my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I have another follow-up question. And this has to do with a statement. Our board has put you in this position. And that was a statement made today by Board Member McClellan. Now, I want to make it very clear, and you can help me with this. The district selected MGT in April of 2019. When I read the district, I'm thinking that is the superintendent and the local board. Is that correct?
In 2019, the board selected MGT.
Our state board.
In 2019, the local board selected MGT because under state law, the management pathway requires approval of a local school district.
Thank you.
Yep.
And I just, I wanted to make it perfectly clear that the local board was well aware of the decision they made. This was not a decision that our board made without any input. And if we're going to lay blame, it should not be on the state board. we do, and if we all listen carefully to the board, the local board, I think some of this may not have been clear about the initial contract and the fact that right now this is what we're discussing, whether we are in compliance with something that you all were well aware of from the beginning and signed on to. I just want to make that clear unless there's a question to that.
I'm sorry, unless there's what?
A question that says this is not true, that this contract was made between MGT and your district and you were in full agreement.
I think that's right. I just want to note, though, it seems like there's differences that we read the state board order a little bit differently in this as today. But as to 20, yes, the board was aware, but I guess it also should be noted that from my perspective, at least, the state board order was a negotiated order in a lot of ways, and the terms of that order were things that were worked on mutually between the state board and the local board. Certainly, it wasn't all of the terms that we would have liked to have seen in that order. You had a lot of tough requirements for the board, but this local board ultimately accepted that to pursue the management pathway because it believed and still believes that it needs the assistance of an external management organization.
Understand. Thank you for answering that.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Let me ask you this. If MG...
You're fine.
Okay. If MGT, are they interested in coming back, or now that they're gone, is that, are they totally gone? Have you had communication with them? Yes or no?
Not in the last week. We haven't talked to them.
So
They've said that they're interested in coming back, but those seem to be hollow words from our opinion because there's not a lot of substance to back up. Well, this is what we need to work through to get there.
I understand. I'll take that as a yes. Thank you.
Board Member Scarziga, would you like to go next?
Sure.
Can I add to that? Yes,
Thank
May
you.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Can I add to the question that Board Member Rankin had? There was communication yesterday from MGT where they informed me and the board that they have paid an advertisement in a local paper, basically mischaracterizing my person. Me personally. Yeah,
that was
the last
not my
communication.
question. That was not my question, and my question was answered. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to
Ready?
pass?
Sure, sure. Well, I'm not sure I have a question. I think I do have one. I may already have an answer to it, but can I deliberate a little, or do I just, if it's just a question only?
We can just go down the line. yeah.
Okay, okay.
We're not that formal.
I mean,
Board Member Esser,
no, I mean, I would like to. Let me go forward.
go forward.
I think, it is no surprise, I think, reflecting back on why I ran for the board, that I am not a supporter of a state trying to run school districts. I didn't believe it. When this occurred, I was in the lobby. When this first order came through, I was on the other side. But that's not what I'm here about today, as far as it doesn't matter what I think, right? Should it have or should it not have? I just wanted it on the record. But finding ourselves here in this position, there is an order. I've been asked to consider, is the district out of compliance with this order? Yes, no, right? And that is the question. I think, and then I keep going back to, well, let's say I say yes. It probably wasn't procedurally exactly how we would wanted to see it. Perhaps they're out of compliance. Then what? I have, knowing the district as long as I have in the history, I have concerns about the lack of traction, the lack of anything long-term, anything that has been available for more than 2 years, maybe 3 years, right? And I wonder, and I have concerns about teachers and staff. If suddenly, because I've been there, where all of a sudden, I got a new superintendent, guess what? New partner, you're not going to have UVA, you're going to have this other one, you're going to have to start over. This curriculum, you're going to have to start a different training, you're going to have to start over. So I grapple with that because my understanding is from both sides, there were some of the partnerships, particularly in the math area, and some of the coaching, and some of the things that were effective. So in my head, I think if I'm thinking about kids and staff first, I need to know that that work can continue even while we're sorting this out, right? I can't get over that hump. Otherwise, I'd say, oh yeah, you guys go ahead. Go ahead. AESA, I mean, and the other thing is too, and I know the organization well, there was a long, pretty substantial community involvement piece to your selection. And you guys did a good job. I really, my heart starts to race. Besides with just when Mr. Durham speaks, no. My heart starts to race when I hear things like, we can do this in 3 weeks. That doesn't reside well with me. So I'm trying to figure, I don't have an answer here, but I wanted you to know, as you're thinking about and responding to some of these things, the kind of assurances of what I would want to see happen. And it's not about, I'm less concerned about the legal part, but
Sorry.
I'm not an attorney, and so I guess I'm going to follow their advice and try to work through this. But okay, I don't know if there's a question other than, I think my question was, so the external manager, who is not MGT, it's some LLC, correct? Everybody keeps saying MGT, but it's really not them, it's somebody else. That was another thing.
That is correct.
They're the ones that have the contract with UVA, with PLE and 2Partner. Who has the actual contract with them?
Thank you for the question, Board Member Escarcega. To our understanding, they have some of the contracts. However, we have paid for 2Partner services as well for UVA, and those are contracts that were transferred to us as well. So our intention is to continue working with what is working well. Actually, 2Partner, we have a contract for almost $50,000 that was signed in May but was not brought to the board. They completed the unit planning, which is what A14SS said that they were doing. We paid for that. We are honoring the services they have provided, but part of that contract has not been yet fulfilled by them, delivered. So our plan, with your permission, is to bring it forward to our local board for approval so that we can continue working with them. UVA, we continue working with them. We actually paid for Adams City High School for the training for them, for Central Elementary as well, and one additional school. So in that contract is here. So we will continue and want to honor what is working well, so that there's that consistency for the students and the teachers and the administrators.
So in other words, what I'm hearing is, if I can summarize that, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, that the district wouldn't have an issue if they had an order that said you must continue with the partnership of UVA, PLE, and 2Partner.
At this time, I think what Dr. Loria is trying to say is that the district has not taken the position that it no longer consents or approves to those entities. They were subcontractors. Certainly UVA was presented as part of the proposal 2 years ago with MGT. It was a significant component. I think it was a significant reason why the local board ultimately selected MGT, and then why this board approved MGT was the addition of UVA. But UVA has been a MGT subcontractor from day one. It was contemplated they would have a math component to that, and that became 2Partner. The other piece of that was Schools Cubed. So, but the district, just a second, but the district, the contracts that Dr. Loria is mentioning are significant financial concerns, but I don't want you to think that those are contracts that were just written. Those are contracts that Adams 14 School Succeeds MGT pushed through to move off the subcontracts onto the district. We believe that's what happened, but that's an issue. But the point to your question is, the district is interested and is not saying we have an issue with UVA or 2Partner right now. I mean, they seem to be. I mean, again, there could be more data analysis, but what the issue is the overriding partner. And so what we're hoping to do is to replace Adams 14 School Succeeds, MGT, with a new lead partner that would continue to work with those two, because absolutely there needs to be continuity. You can't just constantly have change for the sake of change.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. It seems to me as we discuss this, there's the human level and the legal level. On the human level, I'd like to thank you, Dr. Loria, for taking the position. You've been in the position for 2 months, is that right? And so thank you for walking into it. There's a lot of detail, a lot of moving parts, and appreciate you doing that. And also for your desire to be a good steward of the resources of the district and what's going on, looking in a detailed way of what can be effective. So that's on the human level. On the legal level, there's been a board order, and you've been functioning under that order, and your attorney's been advising you. And so my question is this, do we have, in terms of the board order, is there a definitional and sequencing issue with the kinds of letters you've written, Mr. Farrow, and who you've written them to, and who got copied, and the sequencing? Is that a piece of this discussion that maybe needs to be clarified? Because I'm thinking, within the board order, there is a path to come back to the board and say, this isn't working, we proposing something different, or we want to adjust in certain ways. That already has existed all along. And so is there a sense that you have been doing that, and can you say how? I mean, do you feel like you're in compliance with the legal part in the sense of there was a path to come back with a different plan, and here's what we did, and we thought we were doing that, and here's how we define that, and here's the sequencing that we engaged in terms of the dates? We think we did that. Or are you saying we did it, but there could be lack of clarity because maybe the right person didn't get copied, or maybe, I don't know, we didn't see it? I don't know. Could you just address the legal piece in terms of sequencing and definition of when it's not working, come back to the board and propose something that will work? And how do you see that?
Thank you. I appreciate that, Board Member Sheffel, and I will try. I will say that under tab 5, there's a lengthy letter, and towards the end of the letter, I feel like there's a very full, replete answer to your question in writing with all the dates and documentation. But to take a step back, and I hear today from several state board members that the state board feels that the district should have not proceeded as it did, and instead it should have come directly to the state board immediately. We certainly did not believe that that was what we were legally required to do, nor did we think it would be appropriate. We thought that would be premature. And the reason for that is because if you think about the timing of this, I'm just going to try to lay it out in linear fashion. When Dr. Berger was retained, the only issue that I think of significance that existed between the parties was this issue about the scope and the fee. That was an issue. But at that point in time, there were not a significant extent of performance concerns, really, that the district was aware of. Dr. Berger came in and uncovered very significant concerns. When he brought those to the school board, to me, to Dr. Loria, it was an eye-opening moment. And because the purpose of the evaluation had never been contemplating, well, what happened, is this going to lead to contract termination? No. I mean, the district didn't even have the right to terminate the contract in the first 2 years. It was never a discussion. We got the findings. They were so significant that legally, I looked at those findings and concluded right away, this is a substantial failure to perform this contract. I believe it's a breach, if all of this is true. What do you do when you have that situation and you're talking about the kind of money and the stakes of this deal? You present them to the other side. Of course, the contract said you had to, so we did. But at that point in time, we were not in a position to terminate the contract for cause. We believed that if all that was true, that they had breached, where we wouldn't even need to terminate legally because they were the ones that failed to perform. But we began that dispute resolution process, and that took time because it's laid out in the contract, and it says 15 working days, which is not just calendar days, right? You got to take off holidays and weekends, and it ends up being a long period of time. But we did that. And it wasn't until that period ended, which is clock strikes midnight, August 26th, that's when the dispute resolution period was completed. That was the first moment that Adams 14 School District could legally say, are we in a position to terminate the contract? Is that where we feel we should go or want to go? Going to the state board at any time before then would have been completely premature, because we didn't have a legal right at that point. We had to engage in dispute resolution. Now, at that point in time, I say, Dr. Burrs had these are findings. Certainly, we looked at them independently as well internally. But the only thing I can tell you is that, as you know, the state board, you kind of beat us to the punch as far as the next move. You issued a show cause order, and so that's why we're here today. Is that I still think that we're not seeking a change to the order itself, and we're not asking for permission to terminate the contract. We don't think we have to terminate the contract. I mean, certainly if your council feels differently, we welcome having a conversation about that. If you feel like, no, technically you missed this point or technicality here or there, then on behalf of the district, I apologize. We certainly did not intend to not follow the order. But I would say that as soon as the show cause order came out, which is right when we're having the discussions of, well, what are we going to do? Because we're not going to be able to, they're not going to cure. They've made that clear. They're not going to cure these issues. They don't think they disagree with them. They don't think that they have to maintain the level of staffing. They think they get to cut staffing every year in proportion to the fee. We fundamentally disagree with that. They don't think their performance is bad. We fundamentally disagree with that. So at that point in time, if this board hadn't issued the show cause order, we would have been right behind it with a request. But as it is, this is how we're here today. And so, we're moving as quickly as we can. I mean, as you mentioned, Board Member Escarcega, I mean, we would love to have more time if the board wants to allow that, but there's a strong sense of urgency to keep moving here. So, this is the quickest we think we can come forward.
Thank you, that's very helpful. One more follow-up. So is the contract as it stands today on a pause? Is that what's happened? You haven't canceled the contract's paused.
There is not performance of the contract right now. It is paused. I mean, our position is that it's been breached. They've abandoned us. That's our position. I mean, you can look at the documentation that we provide you. It's extensive. And if we had to litigate that, I'm confident that we would win that. They've so substantially failed to perform that they're the ones that have abandoned us. We gave them a chance to fix it, and they haven't. They haven't given us any indication that they're willing to do that.
Okay,
Right.
thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you. Thank you, all of you from Adams 14, which I've watched very closely for 2 decades. I'm heartbroken. I will say that. I have watched this continuous cycle of exploding the district every 2 years. And this is exactly a 2-year cycle again that we're doing. I am with my colleagues. This is not about whether MGT is doing what they need to do or not. If there is cause, I really believe Mr. Durham is correct. We're the people you come to first. And I wasn't on the board when this decision was made, and I wouldn't have made the decision. But they did, and I support them 100% because I am now part of them up here. So I want to say that, and even the things like, there's a universal agreement that you're going to keep 2 partners, the math program, but the literacy department you're going to terminate, and we're going to have Language Live. That will be the fourth literacy program I have seen in Adams 14 in 4 years. In 4 years. And that has got to be absolutely devastating for teachers. Not to imagine being a first grader who's gone through 4 different literacy programs in 4 years, and then they're split apart. But that is neither here nor there. I think today is about, did the cart get in front of the horse? I would understand, just like Pueblo came to us and said it's not working, here's why it's not working, we're asking that you make a revision. And we were fine with that. And I think had it come differently, to say there's still a contract when people were locked out is hard to wrap my head around. If you lock somebody out of a building, if I lock a teacher out of a building on administrative leave, she still has a job, but I doubt she'll be coming back. So that's the area where it just went that meter too far, where had you come to us, we would have loved to hear everything you understood and were struggling with, and how can we help you, and get CDE involved, because they're very closely involved with your schools and your teachers and your administrators, and then we could move forward. Now we're kind of blindsided. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Board Member Shepherd.
Well, I just had a question about that, and I think that's a very good point. I'm wondering, though, if the dispute, the 15-day period ended August 25th, how soon could this district have come to us, except today? I mean, would we have a special meeting, or would it have been through written correspondence? And maybe that's a legal question. Obviously, like I said, there's a path for the districts to come to us, and if you want to make a change in the order, we discuss it, we negotiate it. But it sounds like the end of that period was the 26th of August, and is this not the first time they could have come to us, or would there have been precedent for a special meeting, or I don't know?
Once they locked out the folks, I don't think you had sort of the same process. The process wasn't working once they locked people out. I don't think you can use quite the same expectation. So, as I stated earlier, the State Board of Education has never before intervened in this way, as there hasn't been a cause for that to happen. We are deeply committed to improved outcomes for students in Adams 14 School District. We've been involved with Adams 14 for a significant amount of time, and very directly since 2017. At that time, we removed the district's accreditation as statute then required, and we have twice stayed that removal of accreditation in order to allow the district to implement major turnaround strategies of its own choosing. Students who were in kindergarten in May of 2017 when we began this are now entering 5th grade, the end of their elementary school career. And we are again in a place that we could call a restart. There are thousands of children and families that rely on this district to provide high-quality education. There are educators who have been working tirelessly to provide that, to improve and serve students. We've watched this continuous cycle of the district hiring a new superintendent, changing the district, getting some momentum, and then changing superintendents and starting it all over again. Your educators are exhausted by the constant churn. Students are not getting a consistent, improving education, and progress is not being made, as we can all see. The design of our external management order allowed for a longer stability and a thoughtful transition of the improvement work. And I am tremendously disappointed that that 4-year that we hoped would be available to you has been halted. And we are again looking at starting again. I do see progress the district has made with the board your board coming together, focused on clear goals, instructional strategies. We've seen improvements in math, although there are some real problems with literacy, and a better focus on English language acquisition, and working through a difficult pandemic. Now I'm afraid of all that work is going to be thrown out for another new leader and another new strategy. On-site turnaround specialists are not working in your schools. The frequency and quality of professional development has been compromised. Your students deserve more than this, our students. And I challenge you and your management partners to come together and put student needs at the front and center. How can you maintain the momentum for improvement that has been begun? Where do the adjustments need to be made? And how can you keep us from starting all over again right now instead of giving our educators what they need? If there's now further discussion, I'm open to a motion. Mr. Durham?
I'd just like to add.
You want to make some comments? Go ahead.
I went back to your consultant's report, and on page 14, I'd just like to read something from it, and then I'll read a couple of other things. But the A1 4SS staff does an impressive job of balancing competing interests. Upper management is not overbearing and strives to resolve issues collegially. Most are educators first, but they do keep in mind the need of the actual employer. The consultants and subcontractors are quality educators, and here's one that really gets me, even though a couple are for-profit entities, God help us all. And then I'd like to just go to the end of the report, where I think his advice was, oh, and by the way, after that nice comment on page 14, there's about 10 pages in of trashing all of the consultants involved. So there's a little inconsistency. But here's the final caveat: despite the absolute potential for conflict, is it must be avoided wherever possible. While there may be significant differences regarding tactics, strategies, and goals, the mission is the same: meet the requirements of the CDE, by which definition will have improved student outcomes, and that, after all, is all that matters. So I would suggest that there's enough in your own consultant's report to belie a lot of what you've said. And I didn't find anything about the financial mismanagement in here. Maybe I just didn't read it carefully enough. And it's my understanding there are 2 reports. And this one's not dated. So based on that, I'd like to make the following motion, Madam Chair. I move to find that Adams 14 has failed to fully comply with the board's November 2018 order by failing to have its lead partner administer the affairs and programs of the district. On or before September 27th, the district must return to full compliance with the board's 2018 order by returning contractual authority to the lead partner, MGT, and restarting the work that was underway as a result of the parties' contract. The district and MGT shall submit joint status reports by October 1st. If the board does not receive the joint status reports confirming that the contract partnership has been restored by August 1st, the stay of the removal of the district's accreditation shall lift, and the district's accreditation will be removed effective immediately. Nothing in this motion precludes the district and its local board from seeking amendments to the 2018 order in the future, after paragraph D and I of the 2018 order. If the local board would like to seek amendments, the plan must include at a minimum, in addition to all the components of the original order, a plan to authorize a quality charter school, which shall be an available choice option for students in the fall of 2022. Continuation of partner supports, including UVA, PLE, and 2-partner. Principal and principal supervisor coaching, district-level organization that supports and addresses long-term strategic planning and academic systems, implementation plans to assure ORC compliance and the needs of all English language learners. I would ask Council to prepare a draft order for our consideration as soon as possible, ideally tomorrow.
It's a proper motion. Do I have a second?
Yep.
Is it this one here?
Yes.
I think you skipped a couple sentences, but.
What did I skip?
You skipped this little part here. What's that part? No, go ahead.
Maybe you have a different.
Paragraph D allows for the local board to terminate, you missed this part right here.
Oh, I don't.
Should I read it? Would you like for-
Well, I don't look. Can I look at
Yeah,
it?
right here. That's right.
I don't know how we got 2 different.
It should be this one.
Yeah.
This one.
Yeah.
She's right.
Let him finish.
Okay. Yeah. Let me just go back here then, I'm sorry. I'll just start, the last paragraph before the enumerated items should be changed. Nothing in this motion precludes the district and its local board from seeking amendments to the 2018 order in the future under paragraphs D or I of the 2018 order. Paragraph D allows the local board to terminate the relationship for good cause shown by advising the state board and seeking appropriate amendments to the order. Paragraph I allows the district for good cause to request modification to the order, including transitioning certain operational authority back to the board from the lead partner. If the local board would like to seek amendments to the plan, they must include at the minimum the components that I read.
Do I have a second or not? Speak up. Speak up.
I second the motion, and I request that the Attorney General's office prepare a proposed motion for our consideration tomorrow, which captures our comments today. And never mind. Second.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
so
think
have a
that's correct. I asked council to prepare a draft motion.
I have a request for amendments. Board Member Esser, did you want to?
The second read was fine. Thank you.
Okay.
I think just for at least, and let's see if my interpretation is correct, they have to get in compliance before they come back with amendments. I mean, the compliance cannot be interpreted as, we've now decided to terminate the contract, and there you have it, and we'll be back on the 27th and tell you that's what we've done. You need to resolve the dispute, and hopefully keep the people that were embedded in the schools that appear to be doing a decent job, at least by Dr. Laura's comments. And those things have to get done. You just need to get back in compliance with the board order. And then there's a procedure to move forward from there.
Counselor, did you want to make a comment?
I just wanted to be sure, so whether, and I guess I can wait till you vote on it, because this may not even pass, if the direction is for us to flesh that out in another motion to be voted on, or a written order?
In order, I think.
In a written order, maybe we should wait to vote on the written order till tomorrow? Would that be your advice?
Vote on our motion now.
And
Would
then,
that be the right, and then you?
Then you prepare in final form.
Can do.
Can I ask a question?
You may ask a question.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. This is for legal counsel. What if MGT just comes back and says, we don't want to do this anymore, not under its current contract? What if they say, nope, actually, we're out?
Well, I think that would excuse compliance with the language of that motion, and we'd be having different conversations. I can't think of what all those conversations might involve, but.
Call the vote, please. Ms. Norema?
Yes. Board Member Durham.
Madam Chair, I had a question.
Oops.
Go for it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question was for Julie. I just want to make sure that I fully understand the impact of this motion and what it allows. In the event that working with MGT or Adams 14 Schools Succeed is a non-starter for the district, given that they have apparently potentially double-dipped and taken out an ad in the local press against the superintendent, in the event that this simply is intractable, does this motion allow, or would the order associated with this motion allow the Adams 14 district to immediately move forward with what they need to do to put together a proposal for a new partner?
I'm glad they asked you that instead of us.
Yeah, thank you, Board Member McClellan. It would, in that certainly no district is precluded that's on the clock from coming to you at any time. It would have triggered the removal of accreditation, and that would be future conversations about whether or not a different direction could be associated with the restoration of that accreditation, or whether you'd be looking at formal reorganization.
So let me ask, if they want to be sure to keep their accreditation, they would have to cooperate with MGT while simultaneously notifying us and taking whatever steps they are allowed to take in order to put forward a proposal for a new partner. And those things would have to happen in tandem, and then they would not lose their accreditation. Do I understand that correctly?
Thank you, Board Member McClellan. That is how I am hearing the motion, that essentially it's designed to restore services, continue the existing partnership while a process occurs for potential replacement, whether it's replacement or adjustment.
But this order does in no way limit their ability to go forward to replace MGT or Adams 14 Schools Succeed.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Skarziga.
Yes.
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
No?
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
That passes 6-1.
Thank you. Thank you, folks. Look forward to hearing from you by September 27th. Am I right? They will. We'll get an order tomorrow, right? Thank you. Yeah, let's take a break since we're not done. Darn it. No, but No, I don't want to. I don't want to. Of rulemaking for the administration of high school innovative learning pilot program 1 CCR 301-110. Is staff prepared to provide an overview? Hi, staff. Welcome.
Yes, Madam Chair. I'm going to turn this over to Andy Tucker.
Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner Anthis, members of the board. My name is Andy Tucker. I'm the Director of Post-Secondary and Workforce Readiness here at CDE. Thank you for allowing me to join you this afternoon for this notice of rulemaking hearing for the Innovative Learning Pilot Program. The materials that you received in your packet include the board memo for this hearing, the redlined and clean versions of the rules, the crosswalk of rules to statute, and a copy of this slide deck. Sorry. As you may know, Senate Bill 19216 created the Innovative Learning Pilot Program, what we call ILOP. The Innovative Learning Pilot Program enables participating local education providers to offer their 9th through 12th graders a variety of learning experiences that usually occur outside of the classroom. These learning experiences should be designed to enrich students' education and support them in successfully transitioning from high school to post-secondary education and/or the workforce. Local education providers interested in providing these opportunities must submit an innovative learning plan to the department. These learning plans are considered by independent evaluators to ensure that they meet requirements in statute and existing state board rule. Approved local education providers receive full-time per pupil funding for students participating in activities in an approved innovative learning plan, regardless of the number of contact hours in which the student is enrolled. The passage of Senate Bill 21106, entitled Concerning Successful High School Transitions, statutorily requires updates to state board rules. The changes include, they expand the definition of innovative learning opportunities to include registered or unregistered apprenticeships, internships, technical training or skills programs through an industry provider, teacher training opportunities, concurrent enrollment, and programs leading to industry recognized certificates. Changes also include allowing individual schools within a school district to apply. They allow for new application criteria, including an explanation on how the proposed innovative learning plan disproportionately benefits underserved students. And it allows for the state board to approve up to 20 local education providers annually. So today is our notice of rulemaking hearing. We will return in November to vote on these updates to rules and if unanimous, approve them. So with that, Madam Chair, I welcome any questions that you and the board may have about the rules and/or the ILAP program.
Thank you. Colleagues, questions? Should I go down the line? Are we awake? Board Member Sheffield, do you have any questions?
No question, thank you.
Board Member Esser?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Board Member Durham? Board Member Skarziga?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have one question. So in some of these plans, can concurrent enrollment be considered as in this, or this is actually not, it's outside of that kind of service?
Madam Chair? Yeah, great question. Yes, concurrent enrollment can be considered. Generally, it's combined with other opportunities at the same time.
Okay. And if I have questions about concurrent enrollment, I ask you?
Yes.
Catch me right after that.
Board Member Rankin?
Could you just clarify a little bit how an out-of-school program aligns hours-wise with what's required for a student and who is accountable?
Madam Chair? So, yeah, thank you, Board Member Rankin. With the Innovative Learning Pilot Program, it actually allows, it essentially allows districts with an approved innovative learning plan to count students as full-time regardless of the number of contact hours if they're involved in one of the opportunities outlined in that plan.
I understand that part, but is anyone accountable for the hours? If the district approves it, and let's just say it's not anything in comparison with the seat time, and then they find out that the kid wasn't even in there, I don't know, I wonder, and I really agree that they should be, but the accountability for that is concerning to me. But it's totally up to the district to make that call. Is that correct?
Madam Chair? Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
Board Member McClellan, do you have any questions? Board Member McClellan?
No questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
I move to approve the notice of rulemaking for the rules for the administration of the High School Innovation Learning Pilot Program, 1 CCR 391110.
Second.
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Skarziga.
Yes.
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder. That passes 7-0.
Thank you.
We'll let you off easy, Mr. Tucker. Thank you.
Time for board members to report on current activities. Volunteers, you want me to go down the line?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had the opportunity to attend a presentation with, I believe there were 2 pediatricians from the Colorado Children's Hospital, and then CDHPS was also there from Colorado Public Health, concerning where Colorado is right now as a state with COVID and the start of school. So the cases of COVID have increased throughout August, and 95% of counties in the United States are now at level red. So it was terrifying. The only variant seen throughout the United States right now is the Delta variant, and the most disturbing piece in Colorado is 22.4% of all cases are children between the ages of birth and 18. So that means they're exactly the part of the population that they already represent. So they seem to be getting Delta more than they did previous iterations of COVID. So we have, we've had 1,104 children hospitalized. 18 of those have tragically died. 46% of all children hospitalized right now do not have comorbidities. This past week, Colorado had 2,661 children with COVID cases. And Children's Hospital is also seeing more of the severe respiratory infections at this time of the year, which is not normal. He said that it usually starts in November, December. So they're at 75% of capacity with ICU beds for children. It's most corporations have risk management departments. Schools have risk management departments to try to mitigate as far as we possibly can. And they're hoping that schools and school boards will do everything they can to keep children safe. I think that's what schools do anyway, as much as they can. And naturally, they said there's 4 things schools can do to mitigate the risk, according to the Association of Pediatricians, Children's Hospital, and CDPHS. Get vaccinated, as everybody knows. Wear a mask, wash your hands, keep your distance. We want our children to be safe in their environments, and I think it's in everybody's best interest to support teachers, school leaders, and boards when they make these very tough decisions. So that was what I attended.
They talk about the poor air quality?
They did that, you know, if you're in schools, there was one school that had a case because they have no windows, very little ventilation, the one air filter running, and the kids either would infect each other or it's too hot to be in a mask. So you really shouldn't use that room, but schools don't have an extra room somewhere. So it's a bit of a conundrum right now.
Especially, you can't send them outside because the air
No.
outside is horrible.
It is. It is.
So, next volunteer.
I can go. I appreciated attending the literacy stakeholder meeting, and it's really well run, I think, by Dr. Cobb and Melissa, right? Coleswell, sorry, not Pearson. Anyway, I think we had a lot of discussion about the assessments associated with the READ Act and the importance for some consistency to be able to compare across assessments. So that was helpful to think about how, you know, the READ Act can be, the data from it can be more easily interpreted. Also, the ESSER work session, which we all partook in, was very helpful and got a lot of good feedback on funds and how they could best be used. I think the department did a good job with feedback from the board to put a point on achievement and good tutoring and some of those things that I think will be challenging to implement, but it's a good plan, I think. I'm glad it got submitted. Appreciated the meeting on the growth calculations. A lot of people are interested in that, and even though there's lots of caveats with the participation rates and all of that, it's helpful to see it and understand how the department came up with the approach of releasing those data, so that was helpful. And then I just want to extend sympathy to the Wiley School District Superintendent Jeff Bollinger, who, on the death of several students there, car accident last night that I was made aware of, and several students passed away. Is just devastating. Just want them to know they're in our thoughts and prayers, and I think one student's still in critical condition. So we're all keeping them in our hearts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had several opportunities to talk to superintendents and some BOCES officials about encouraging them to apply for the grants that should be available for the career education monies that we've set aside. And hopefully we're making progress in that regard. On the negative side, I did read an article that was forwarded to me by another board member or superintendent in my district on the advice of his students, removed from the curriculum the book To Kill a Mockingbird, with which I think we're all familiar, and replaced it with a book, The Hate You Give, you spelled with a U. So I would say I don't think it's advisable to replace classics with a book where someone that thinks the word you is spelled with one letter.
Good.
I'm done.
All right, thank you. Just a couple quick things. One, I finished up new member board training at NASB with Dr. Esser, and I made it through our 3 sessions, and we are now officially through that. So we're good. We're good to go. Oh, full board members. Yesterday, I got the opportunity to attend the grand opening of the Economic Development Center, NAACP in Aurora. An amazing group of individuals, and the history of NAACP was at this. All sorts of officials. It was extremely humbling. Omar Montgomery is the president of the NAACP in Aurora. He's an old friend. He and I worked on a board together many years ago. And he also now works for Cherry Creek School District. So I know that this center is really going to be embedding K-12 and working to support education and vice versa. So very beautiful space, And a well-done grand opening, I have to say. And then I also attended the monthly quarterly meeting of the State Advisory Council for Parental Involvement in Education, known as SACPI, but no acronym, so I'm gonna memorize the full title of that council. They are very much a dynamite group, and starting in parental involvement so many years ago and seeing the shift that is occurring with the full understanding that parental involvement is no longer just coming up and showing up the PTA and fundraising and all these things, that it's true authentic engagement, and what they're doing to support districts with that is extremely exciting. When I was chair of DAC in Boulder, we did UIP plans, it was not like that. Anyway, I have a book to read, Equity Partnerships, a culturally proficient guide to family, school, and community engagement. Thank you, CDE. I promise to read this book at my next time out, but it's what I'll be up to, so thank you to that committee. Tell me the woman's name that runs it again. I should know it immediately. Darcy, yes, exactly, who looks like my cousin. Yes. Okay, thank you, Darcy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had an interesting Zoom call last night. I wanted to attend in person, but I couldn't because it was in my district. And it's a community, I guess I would say a link between the county commissioners of the county of Garfield and the Latino community, and it was in Newcastle. And it was an interesting meeting. This one was on education, and they invited me to speak, so I did a kind of long distance. But they will have me come back, I believe, because they are interested in reading and the READ Act. And even though, it's difficult for English language learners, even on our board site for the programs that are required to be taught, Houghton Mifflin is a publishing company, and it says soon to come there's going to be an English language learner READ Act that I assume will be in Spanish, or some of it will be, because the learning is the same for the READ Act. I mean, the brain develops the same way. So that was interesting, very interesting. And they want me to come out, and they will provide a translator, and I think that'll be really helpful. I love the link between the county commissioners and the Latino community out there. We have a very large amount of Latinos. One of the school districts, Roaring Fork, if you go to their website, everything they have there for parents, they have it in Spanish for parents. And I think more of that is going to be very, very helpful in bringing a lot of people together, and even the parents that are English language learners. I think this will be helpful. That was last night. And then I've been getting a lot of information about coming and doing town halls and talking about the READ Act and reading rather neutral area than what we're seeing a lot with COVID masking and sex ed and other things that are distracting from what we really can come together and see what needs to be done in our schools. So I have a trip down to Cortez, Montezuma County, Durango, Montrose, just some remote outlying areas that I don't always get to, but I will be doing this in October, and also visiting some of the teacher prep programs in the colleges and universities in my district. I think I have 5, and have at least talked to all of them at one time or another. But looking at their syllabus, seeing how they're incorporating the teaching, and how you put those teachers out into the classroom with mentors that also are trained in the READ Act. All of this in conjunction with the parents, I feel, is a real good loop, and I think it's something that's important for me to do, and I really am enjoying it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a chance to attend the New Era Colorado Gala, and that gave me a chance to interact with a number of our legislators. I also had separate meetings with some of our legislators, and I had a chance to sit down with a woman with iReady, with the Curriculum Associates, And she shared a great deal of data from iReady, including their academic achievement report for 2020, 2021. And they had quite a bit of data that related to unfinished learning in the wake of the pandemic. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.